them know that we are the American Indians. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred daughter or son of them.
And we are not Africans. We are not African. Are you an African, baby? I'm not.
Yeah. Conscious. Matic. Alright, so far where I come from. I sit and wonder about the times that it made sense, but nowadays I don't worry about what's past tense. My younger days I used to hang around with mad friends. If we just fell out, I don't really know what happened. A lot of people come around and keep you stagnant, distraction. So yeah, don't show them no compassion. We was really out here grinding, really rapping, stacking them Franklins, them Grants, and them Jacksons. Imagine if we would've never chased our passion, we probably would've never knew what happened. They was all just talk, we showed action. Once they leave, don't you let them back in. Just pack up all their stuff and send them packing. I'm blacking on anybody thinking they could act up with me. This vibe ain't for free, cause where I'm at in life, I'm only focused on me. Note the self, know yourself, focus on your health. They don't wanna help, then fuck it, do it by yourself. Don't give them no excuse to put you on the shelf. If it's me, myself, and I, then it's no one else. Yeah. Self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself.
Yeah, practice what you preaching, but clearly they not practicing entitlement and pride. Yeah, those two things they factor in. Spiral out of control just from all the bantering. When they accustomed to talking behind your back with all that chattering, I remove myself before I abuse myself. Talk about self-love, but you gotta do it yourself. Yeah, I won't act too good for no help. We all healing now. Said some things about me that ain't true. How you feeling now? Even at my lowest, they tried to find a way to bring me down. Big y'all up for years, ain't talking just the brand or the sound. I don't throw things around, I do it from the heart proud. Mama just wanna see her sunshine, removing them dark clouds.
Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Yeah, self-love is the best love. It's the people who always give that never get love. They ain't real enough to probably say they messed up. Just let it go and make the best of it. Love yourself. Yeah.
Hey, y'all. Smash that like button. We got the likes from yesterday. Look, Sister Bethy was tired. I was tired. I was trying to go live. I was trying. I went to lay down after I got off work. After I went upstairs, I apologize, y'all. I swear I was so tired. I went upstairs. I said, okay, I'm going to take a 3-hour nap because I could go to sleep from 2 to 5 and I'll be all right. I could do my live. Man, 5 o'clock, it got like 10 to 5. I said, man, I ain't getting up. I was tired. I'm sorry, y'all, but we going to have fun today because I got a body was tired. I dipped in and out of people's chats, but for the most part, I relaxed the whole week. I worked, but after I got off work, I went straight to my room and just kicked back. There was 283 people. I know y'all miss me because y'all in here. Because y'all know I'm talking about that border. I'm sorry. I'm going to talk about it. And I'm going to play devil's advocate too. Hey, Isness.
Hey, Sister Bethy, how you doing?
I'm good, sis. I'm so glad you joined me as my co-host today. Because
Well, thank you for
I'm gonna
having me.
play devil's advocate. And I know you're gonna get all up in my butt because I'm gonna keep it real. I know you're gonna get on me. I know you're gonna flare up. I know you're gonna get it. Hey, Lady Moon, beautiful. Hey, Juice. Enox, hey now. Anthony Lowe, Brown Liquor, No Ice, Lilia, and everybody watching. Smash the like button. Love y'all for this, man. But I'm just gonna get right into it. And today's topic is about border control is an easy fix for the American Indians. And also, it seems to me that they trying to start another damn civil war from what I'm seeing. Because we Indians, we ain't the only ones feeling like some type of way because it's like it's not a secure border. It's straight up colonizers, descendants, and everybody over here claiming to be an American. Okay, is really upset. So it ain't just us. And to me, looking back on history, and correct me if I'm wrong, I look back at all the wars. Now, the Revolutionary War was the freeing the slaves from the queen and all that or whatever. And then we had, now wait a minute. Now we had a lot going on. And it was always about people coming on this damn land. So this and it triggered wars, literally internal wars. It did for what's going on today. And I'm like comparing, I'm like, okay, people coming over onto the land, immigrants. Every time I look back at and study some of the wars, I'm like, it's always been about people coming over to this place, coming over here on the land. First, we Indians was fighting, for foreigners against each other. And then foreigners came here. And then a war broke out again for the same shit. So I'm just wondering if they're trying to trigger a war, a civil war. Because the land is stolen. So the people who stole the land is getting pissed because more people is coming in here. Now I'm like, God damn. What's your thought? Because I'm going to read a document that I got. And I'm going to listen because I got to take a lady break. I've been drinking massive water, y'all. And I want to hear what you have to say, isness. So if you can hold it while I go to the little ladies' room, we're gonna come back and get it in. And I want to read a document. So you got it till I finish.
Okay. All right. So, um, I know we could look at it as the descendants of colonizers are upset that, there's more people coming in, right? And they're determined that it's an invasion. But, let's look at it from the flip side. Who is telling all of these people that our land, all these additional people, that our land is here for the taking? So the original colonizers came in, put some triggers in to kind of close the doors behind them, right? Somebody has come through, opened up the doors, and then you have someone else come through and tell and assist these people to come here to our borders. And we got to figure out who that is and why are they doing that, and do they have our best interests in mind? And the only people who can determine whether they have our best interests in mind is really us. And we have to say, do these millions of people coming in and sitting on our systems, is that going to help us? Is that done to purposely hurt us? Are they being brought here to sit on top of us for us to hold them up? Because right now we're being told that we're supposed to support these people coming in here. And if you do otherwise, you're mean, right? So why are we being told that we have to support folks? Who's bringing these people over here, and why are they coming here? Why so many? I mean, I get a few folks, it's like, I need to get out of, leave my mama and her cousin and all these other different people. But why is it so many people at one time deciding to track across the world? Because people aren't just coming from South America, which is another continent, by the way, 2 continents over. But there's also people from Africa and Asia that are also here, Ukraine and stuff like that. So we have to really determine who's bringing these people over here, and are they nefarious?
Hold up. South America is not a continent.
It's not.
No. South America is part of America.
Well, it is part of America, the Americas.
Right. It's one continent though. South America, North America, Canada. We here you go. Let me show you. Uh, uh, these are the countries in America. Okay. All of these countries are on the continent of America. North America is the continent. All of these.
Well, Haiti is an island. That's
Right.
not on the continent.
They're,
St.
they're
Martin is an island.
right, but they're still parts of America. All of them.
That's true.
Everything listed
That's
up
true.
here is parts of America. So the people, and look, y'all gonna say this is the Bethy go her wishy-washy stuff, but I like it because it do be challenging. All these people that are coming from this continent over to the mainland, let's say the United States, on the over here, they're not leaving their continent. They're leaving their country or place of residence in America. They're leaving their countries to come to United States, which is a country. But they all can say that they're Americans because they're all on the American continent. We got to keep it real though. We really do.
We
If
do,
you look
but
at
we do live within a country.
right,
So these people have their own countries and their own laws, and we
yeah,
couldn't just walk up in their stuff and sit down, especially the whole, let's say, the whole state of Texas just showed up in Mexico, those people will have a hard time with it. They will have a problem. Or if we all showed up in Chile, uh, these people would have something to really say about it. So even though these people are part of the Americas, um, they are, some of these places are really on different land masses.
No, I agree. I agree with that. And I agree that these other countries in America, in America, would have a problem with us piling up in their country. Um, if their leaders allow us to come through their little pearly gates and chill in their country and make a life there, they would have a problem. But United States don't have that problem. Well, the current leadership doesn't seem to have that problem. However, the people, meaning us, we do have a problem. But a long story short, for each one of these locations here in the Americas, these countries, there are aboriginals to each one of them. Do you agree?
I do agree that some of the people that are living there are Aboriginals. A portion of these folks are Aboriginals.
Right. And right, you were right. The continent, South America, is a continent. What the hell was I thinking? Not a coincidence. Thanks for correcting my ass. Okay. But in these countries, there are aboriginals to every last one of them. And every last one of them, you better believe what they called us, what they call us people, me and you. There were Negroes in every part of these countries.
Absolutely.
And that's a fact. And those Negroes that are aboriginal to each one of these locations are our brothers and sisters. Could you agree with that?
Yes, we're
The ones that
related
are
in some sort of way.
actually
Yeah, we're family.
the ones that are actually aboriginal. Now,
Aboriginals,
at the
yes.
yep, at the time we were in power, we were indeed doing business with every one of these countries as Negroes. We knew each other and we knew our boundaries too. Even though the boundaries that the US have put up are not how it was when we were in power. We literally did business with our brothers and sisters in these areas. We traded food. There was no fiat. We traded food and everything. But this portion of this particular portion of what I want to get into is going to be for later. It's going to literally going to be for later. I'm going to start it off. And again, shout out to everybody watching. Everybody watching. Shout out to everybody watching and everybody in the chat. Hey, Bad Saint, Aboriginal Truth Seeker Enoch. Let me read this document from CBS. And then we're going to dive into quite a bunch of stuff that I have lined up. For real, for real. So let me read this document, love, okay? I am not asking beautiful isness to read. Aren't you proud of me? Okay.
I mean, if you want me to. Okay.
Oh, okay. You can read.
Okay.
How about that? Let me see. Can you? I want to make sure. Can you see it, the document, or did I make it little?
Right now. I see a black screen. Okay, there it is.
Okay. All right.
All
This
right.
is from Chicago CBS, CBS 2.
Okay, so Chicago CBS, the CBS 2 investigators obtained records that show that the city of Chicago has paid out $138 million so far to vendors for the care of migrants. As
Okay,
CBS 2,
that's
okay,
the first key word. They paid it out to vendors for the care of migrants. Go ahead, baby.
okay. As CBS 2 Sabrina Franza reported, the figure covers the time period from October of last year to the present, which is only a few months. The purpose, all to help support new arrivals making their way to Chicago. For perspective, for perspective, 138 million is more money than was budgeted to fund the Chicago Public Library in the whole of 2024. The largest recipient of the money was Favorite Healthcare Staffing, a healthcare staffing firm. The firm received $93 million, which is 68% of the total sum. Equitable Social Solutions, a company that works in homelessness prevention and housing support, got $19 million. The family owned food service company Open Kitchens got $15 million.
Stop right there. Oh no, you know what? Keep reading because I want to end this. It's only that long.
Okay.
It's
The
only to
city
have.
public,
It's only that. This is all that's left.
okay. The city public data portal suggests that between September and the present, the administration of Mayor Brandon Johnson paid $53.9 million to support the crisis. But on a trip to Washington, D.C. back in November, Mayor Johnson told reporters the city was spending $40 million a month. The 40 million that it's costing the city of Chicago a month to provide care for these individuals who are seeking asylum, that is not sustainable, Mayor Johnson said in Washington on November 2nd. We are still working to find out any other costs the city has paid out in support of the migrant crisis. We do know some of the funding for the vendors came from Federal Emergency Management Administration, and some came in the form of grant money from the state of Illinois. Also of interest is the Brighton Park site at 38th Street and California Avenue, which was going to be a winterized tent camp for migrants. The city of Chicago paid more than $985,000 for the camp to be built before it was shut down by Governor J.B. Pritzker's office because of contamination concerns with the land. Construction of the camp was already in progress when that happened.
Okay. So now here's what's very interesting to me. The largest recipient of the money was the healthcare staffing, a healthcare staffing firm. Okay. They got 93 million. A healthcare staffing firm. Do you know what a healthcare staffing firm is?
Medical providers, they hire medical providers
Uh,
and personnel.
well, yeah, and they hire people to take care of elderly and all that other stuff.
Right. So
That's
they're going to,
jobs.
right.
Now, that's 93 million that went to them. So pay for these people to get jobs, or some of it a mixture of doctors seeing these people to check them for physicals and shit like that. So healthcare staffing, meaning doctors, nurses, anything to do with healthcare to check the health of these people. Also, Equitable Social Solutions, a company that works in homelessness prevention and housing support. Now, I do want you to know that these are nonprofit organizations that are going to be that are getting paid these funds, the 19 million, to oversee the homelessness and the housing support. The money is going to these nonprofits. These are nonprofits. And then the family owned food service company, Open Kitchens, got 15 million so that they could feed these people. These are nonprofits. So when you add all that up, 93 million plus 19 million plus 15 million all went to the nonprofits to oversee the services for the immigrants or migrants, whatever you call them. Now, also, grant money was given to more nonprofits from the state of Illinois. The city of Chicago paid more than $985,000 for the camp to be built before it was shut down.
985,000.
Yes. Now, let me get back to where you are. Do you think it's a bad thing to be a 501c3? I'm about to play chess like a motherfucker. I'm keeping it a buck. I say this because all the money went to the nonprofits. We can't say shit because when I say establish your family tribe, niggas look and laugh. They don't want to do the work. When I say establish the family tribes, that's the type of work you're throwing away. That's the type of work you're turning your nose up to. That's the type of work in this system that people who are miserable from head to toe are telling you, fuck this government. Don't give it a try. A lot of people that's saying that, not all, got bad relationship with this government, which I understand. They have felonies and can't get shit, can't do shit, or whatever. But they're dragging people into their miserable life because of what happened to them. And our people have not brought back the family tribes since they've been out of business. Prior to this, we ran our businesses. And they came up with another system. And this is the work that we turn our nose up to. These are benefits in the government, this government, that are applicable to me, to you, and everybody else. We don't do things like this in our community. We don't set things up. We don't. We're not set up. Don't you tell me that Betty Jean's ass could not start her own kitchen where she serves food to people, because that's what it's for, to help communities. Betty Jean could have had that 19 million to get things, to pump her business, to keep it going, to serve food. We've been we've been bamboozled, and we've been bamboozled by the bamboozlers. How are you going to knock something that you never tried? How are you going to turn your nose up to something that you never tried? How? You rather go down and under the ground, like we say, I love Betty, but I ain't going to go in the ground with her, in the grave with her. How are you going to let somebody drag you into their life? How do you get convinced, and how do you get persuaded by somebody who lived a horrible life and is angry with the world because they no longer live that horrible life, and the X is against them because they don't want to take advantage of the programs that they do have designed to help someone get their behaviors corrected and into a normal life. I know former felons that own 501c3s and get benefits, get grants to run their program, just like those people get. But a lot of our people are not telling you because they don't want you to know. They want you to need them. They don't want you to need for yourself. Our people that have those programs, they're doing great service in the community, but they don't want you to know. No, not you. I'd rather him to come to me with his drug habit. If he keeps smoking drugs and being homeless and being a crackhead, that helps me. That's their attitude, which is a fucked up attitude. But they got the nonprofit organization. And the guy that don't got shit that be on YouTube all fucking day, dragging you in their world saying, fuck this place. Pull away, let's be on our own. That's the motherfucker you should be running from. Because if you have not tried anything, okay, anything that's available to you, and you have a clean background, nothing's wrong with your past as far as strikes against you, as for formalizing and being civil. You got some airhead people that just would say, fuck it, I'm going under. I do want my own government. Yeah, that would be a great thing to have. But are you mentally in a position to do that shit right now at your age? How many people are down with you? Don't make me laugh, because it's only the people on YouTube. That's when you got to say, you know what? This shit is on YouTube. This real government is on YouTube. It ain't fucking real. For real. I would love to have my own government. But I know I don't have the people behind me to get it. You can say any fucking thing you want in YouTube. But until your ass moved and made that move and are real legit and real, I can't fuck with that. You should be reestablishing your family business, your family tribes. I just showed you a family-owned kitchen. There are, it's more than family-owned kitchens. We done seen a 501c3 staffing healthcare. People who build tents. You come from a family that know how to put up fucking tents. Or you come from a family that know how to put together wood and make a wood in this and a wood in that. There's all kinds of skills, family skills. But nobody wants to bring back their family tribes. But yet, you want to sit on YouTube and say, look at these motherfuckers coming over here on my land, but you ain't doing nothing on it. That's why it's so easy for them to come over here and excel over you. Because you're on YouTube saying, look, but that's the thing. You're just sitting there looking. You're not doing what you could have been prepared for them. Look, I'm coming to the border. Look. Okay, so now what you gonna do about it? Because they're gonna come over here, start their family businesses, and excel over you while you sit and watch them. Not one of those companies that we read was for profit. They're all nonprofits. They're businesses. Every last one of them. I can understand, okay, I don't want to help no goddamn foreigners come over here with my family. You don't have to. But the homelessness of your own people, you can get the same thing. We're not providing those services for our people. Homeless places for them to live. A family that rescues homeless people in our community. We don't have that. We do. We have the Salvation Army and the churches, but how many people want to pray theirself back into society? I much rather go to Isness's family home shelter so I can help and transition my life and get myself back up on my feet. But unfortunately, Isness doesn't have one set up. If we don't help our own people that's laying out there hopeless and helpless in the street, who's going to help them? Everybody said that government. Yeah, but could we get an established family program so the government has someone to send the money to? Because they're not personally going to do it. It would be nice if we had family tribes that did that so they can get the funds to help the people. But no, we're just going to sit here and say, look, see, all these people homeless in our country, our people all over the street and all over the world, and ain't nobody fucking help. Well, there's nobody in our community putting their hands out to help them. Perhaps they wouldn't be out there if so many of them wouldn't be out there if we helped them. If we had a family tribe that is ready and on cue to receive those funds from the government to operate their family business to help all these homeless people within our own boundaries. But no, fuck that. I'm listening to the guy on YouTube. Let's start our fucking government and get our own shit. Okay, get your own shit. Where you getting the fiat from? All your money's been given to the government. Remember, take the money out your check. Be nice to get it back so you can run it. Same money going in the government. Oh, Isness has a program. We can give her back her fucking money so she's literally civilized and ready to receive her money to run her program. We're not doing that. I really don't have time to watch the same fucking people walking in a straight line through the border. That shit is corny now. The same people. It's the same people. What say you, sis? What say you?
Okay, so I have a slightly different opinion. I do believe that, if more of us are out there trying to get these grants, then maybe it will take hold with some of us, somebody will get it. But these are the same people who are bringing these people here to sit on top of us. So you think they're going to give us this, $500 million grant to assist the people of Chicago and stuff like that? I was just looking at who owns Favorite Staffing, and it's something called like Compass Financial or something. And I'm looking at their employees. Not one person is an Aboriginal, but you can find Asians. You can
Say that again.
find.
Say that again. Wait, run that back to me, sis. Run that back to me again.
I'm looking at Favorite Staffing and the people who own Favorite Staffing, which
Uh-huh.
is called like Compass Financial.
Uh-huh.
And these particular people, they show their team
Uh-huh.
out of 30 people. Not one of these people is an Aboriginal person. So when the government is looking at this contract and they're looking at their public team that's very publicly displayed on their website,
Mm-hmm.
you don't think they see that? Like, okay, well, this person might be in the running because look, no Aboriginal people will be there to hinder its efforts, because the people in Chicago ain't gonna like this, and these people might be related to some of those people in Chicago. So we're gonna make sure we have everybody that's not associated with Chicago. So I'm just saying that I really am not against business. I'm not against nonprofits or anything like that, but I do have to keep it in reality that you know maybe the grant giving is by design. And I also feel that a lot of things that were happening to our community, we are kind of being trampled on right now, and we haven't been paying attention. We haven't. We've been looking at everything, entertainment. We've been looking at our hair. We've been looking at hair tutorials, how to put a weave in, right? We've been looking at all of these different things, and we're not looking at what's happening around us. Like you're saying, get your 501c3s. Well, hey, if 10 of y'all is going up there trying to get this grant and you're all rejected time after time, but maybe you got a case, right? But we weren't doing that. We're not paying attention. The border thing is very, very important, and we are inundated with messages to not pay attention. And I think that is also by design. We are not supposed to pay attention to what's happening to our country. This is our country as well. And to just hand over all operational matters to foreigners is, to me, the silliest thing that can happen. And so for people, if there are channels who want to educate us in what's going on, I really don't really find a big problem, especially because it's happening. It's educating us with how we're being affected today.
So great response, sis. Great response. Awesome. Let me ask you this question. You were saying earlier that there is that nonprofit called the favorite something is full of Asians or something like that, to that extent.
No. It's what I'm saying is it's Compass Capital
Okay.
owns it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at them, numerous, of course, is full of Caucasians.
Mm-hmm.
But in there, you can find a Hindu person, a
Mm-hmm.
Punjab or whatever he may be. You can
Mm-hmm.
find a Hispanic. You can
Mm-hmm.
find the traditional Asian person. But
Mm-hmm.
what could you not find? Not even a mixed Aboriginal person. None. Zero. Nothing. And so what I'm saying is I believe these corporations are chosen just for the fact that they are making sure that we're not included in their talent. So that's what
And
it is.
that's definitely an assumption. Not everybody likes to work for nonprofits. So all the people you seem to name are employees and staff of that nonprofit. But here's the funny thing, they're all foreigners to this land. They're descendants that have come over here from other countries, and they're foreigners. Okay, and they came up with a nonprofit to help foreigners. Okay,
Right.
now, now, let's not pay that no mind because they have every right to create something like that. Why? What's missing? An Aboriginal nonprofit to help its people. Our people are not foreign; they're Aboriginals to the Americas. We're not forming those programs to help our people. We haven't established them. It's not their problem that we haven't established them, our family tribes, so that we could get back in business like we used to be. We can't fault them because see, if I came across that border and I'm going to be looking for help, they're exactly where I'm going to go to because they're foreign people helping foreigners. I'm Aboriginal. I don't have anybody to turn to, and I'm damn sure not going to nobody's church because that's where they pull all the power at. So what I'm saying is, and I consistently say this every day, every time I come on, I'm not going to let it go. We don't have anything established outside the church. All the nonprofits are churches in our communities. They're considered the leaders of our communities. We need to make more leaders. I'm not a church. Why is not a church? We're not a church. We can do only but so much. It's our fault, no matter how you slice it, that nothing's going in our favor. And we can't keep making assumptions. Literally, we can't keep making assumptions. Okay. Let's say we did have 100 nonprofit, different Aboriginal nonprofits with our family businesses, whatever you want to call them, family tribes. All right. Now, we can't talk shit until after we've been rejected. Then we know it's a problem. We ain't even start nothing to get rejected. We're making future projections on what's going to happen if we formulate our original civil tribes. We're making future projections. And based on those future projections, we're not taking any action. It's our own fault. Dumb people don't have to do shit for us. They don't. And that's what our problem is. We keep thinking that programs are supposed to help us. We're supposed to establish our own so we can help our own. They're helping their own. But what did this government do when they saw that we had a weakness in our community? One of the things this government did when they found out the weakness in our community? And the weakness in our community is the first thing is reestablishing family ties, something we knew nothing about. But we know now. But because this government knew that there's a serious weakness in our community, even though the churches are so-called leaders, and not everybody in our community is into the church thing. They knew it was a weakness in our community. So they knew that we were bound to look for work, servitude. They knew that we were bound for indentured servantry. So what is one of the things this government did? And this government did this shit way after our ancestors got out of office. Check the date. What is the first thing they made all these foreign corporations do? They made them make a status quota to hire us. Did they not do that to every corporation across this landmass? Did they not? I don't care how many people you hire in your company. If you hire 100, you better have at least 2 or 3 niggas working in there. That's what they made foreign corporations do for the Aboriginals that work on this landmass. They made them. They made it a law. Hire them. You're not hiring based on the concept of care. You're meeting your quota. We were quota motherfuckers because we didn't have the intelligence to start our own family tribes so we can be competitive. And the biggest thing a nonprofit has is reputation. And that would really be easy to get in our community, reputation, and our own community. But see, these nonprofits have reputations all over. You know why? Because they help all people. We keep looking and basing things on future projections on what's going to happen to us. And we don't even know. What say you to that? I mean, I can't lie. It's if you look at the law books, it's going to show you in your CHRO reports. I'm going to use it in my words, in my terms. I don't care how many whites you hire, but you better hire 3 niggas. This is the quota that your corporation got to make. You better hire 6 niggas in here. Not because they're smart and intelligent, just because they have black skin. You better hire one. You better hire a spick. That would be AKA a Puerto Rican. You better hire somebody from India. I don't give a fuck. We hire one Indian, hire one Puerto Rican, hire one nigga. You met your quota. Oh, hire one Asian too. You met your quota. They ain't all got to be black, but they damn sure all got to be minorities. Because remember, if we're considered the minorities and the low level people, then they're the superiors because they have the corporations. So this government made them do that for us because no one was ever taught to bring back the family tribes. And we're going to go deep. But see, this whole border thing, my sister, it's not us that's just angry. And we angry for no fucking reason, for real. Keeping it real, for real. What are the crackheads angry because now all the crackheads are not going to have a warm place to sleep because new foreigners are coming in that's homeless and getting places to sleep? Really, what are we going to make? The only homeless people in our communities are literally drug addiction. Now, I'm not saying that there are some families out there that are not affected with the drug world and the prostitute world and stuff. I'm not going to sit here and say that, but the majority of homeless people from our community have some type of mental health or drug addiction, because a lot of our people mainly do have their own apartment. They struggling, we struggling, but we have our own apartment. They have their own apartments for the most part. They might not have lights, but they have somewhere to go home to.
Okay.
What say you to that?
Okay, I disagree because
Okay.
all right, because a lot of homeless people are maybe made to move, right? A new owners may come in and say, "Hey, we want this property now. We gonna up the rent where we know you can't afford it, and now you have to move."
I did. Hey,
And
that
I don't know.
before you go, hold up. Before you go any further, I did say not all of our people
Okay, all right,
are
all right,
homeless. I did say that. You got to give me that credit before you go.
correct.
I
All right,
did
you
say
did.
that. I said for the most part, the majority of our people that are homeless, mental health issues and drug addiction, but not all of them. But you
Yeah, there's a
got it.
lot of factors, right? Because, some women are fleeing domestic violence, right? Or there's different reasons. Somebody's mother is mad at them and kicks them out the house. There's different reasons why we lose our housing. And the issue is can you get your housing in enough time before you're off the streets? And, I have experience working for a housing nonprofit where my job literally was to house people. And I am telling you, to get to acquire some apartments, it's very difficult. Like they want 3 times the rent, they want all these different things, and a lot of times you don't have it. Now, on the other hand, you have these people, because now we're looking at another housing nonprofit, and these people make specific deals to house migrants with no background, no 3 times the rent, and everything is fine. Where those resources can go into maybe discrimination cases. Don't discriminate against people because they have a prior conviction 20 years ago, right? And so I'm just saying that there's such thing as discrimination out there, housing
Yep.
discrimination and job discrimination. And if you can't work long enough to become a master at your craft, then we're expecting these people to create businesses. They need to walk before they can run. There's lending discrimination. So I really do believe that there is discrimination. I do believe that you can roll past it. You just keep it moving. I do believe that, but I'm not going to act like discrimination doesn't exist.
Okay. So we move to
And
discrimination. Like you said, oh,
oh,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
and then one more thing with this diversity and inclusion, and I think that was a trick bag um, for us to go along with, because a lot of, just like I was just looking at this panel for Compass, uh, whatever financial, they could say they're diverse, but we're not there. And so what I've seen happen in my own state, these people are pounding their chest how diverse they are, but some reason we are the missing face everywhere. And so while we're marching to make sure that everything is quote unquote diverse, we are pushing ourselves out of positions. We're pushing our children out of position. We may have gotten somewhere, but what about our kids? Because they're saying diverse means a Mexican and an Asian is good enough. Okay, so what happens when the Negro person comes and applies? Well, they're diverse, and so they met their quota. And so what I'm saying is these quota systems that push these migrants into really great jobs while simultaneously keeping us away from these, because some people do work. I'm not going to act like a job is not a viable option to survive. And so you could work or you could not work. That's why we live in America. That's why we live in the greatest place in the world. And that's why you have people trying to undermine and tear it down. And we can't let them tear it down. And we have to be there to make sure that they don't tear it down. And that sometimes means working for folks, right? And we need these people in the jobs. And while we're trying to make sure that everybody else has that job except for us, it's totally taking us out the game.
Okay. So let me say this to you. You mentioned about quota, and do you have any factual proof that any of our people went to those programs to try to apply for services and were considered consistently rejected? That's question number one. And question number two, you also mentioned that um they have all these they need to send the money to help fight for discrimination because it's existed. Let me ask you this, and I'm going to keep it a buck. Do we have any nonprofits on the receiving end of that from our community to receive those funds to begin fighting? Do we have any of our people, Aboriginals, that have a family tribe that will specialize in fighting for discrimination and equality? Do we have a family tribe on the receiving ends of those funds that you're talking about? Because you remember, those funds can't go to the foreigner because they're the ones being accused of discrimination. So certainly they're not going to fight for us.
No.
Is there a family tribe that's established that fights for discrimination? We have to have a representative. Do we have a representative established, a family tribe established that will fight? Do we?
Well, I know that there's a government
They're not
organization that's
representative.
supposed to
They're
do it.
not,
No,
they're
they're
not
not.
representative of us. The government's not representative. They're the ones that send us the money to fight on the receiving end. Like you said, some of that money should be going to, where's the family tribe that's set up to receive those funds to begin action on fighting for our people?
I'm not sure if there's funds available. I will have to look into that
No, I didn't
for
say there was
housing
funds. We're,
discrimination.
no, we're pretending that this money that you said needs to go to organizations to fight for discrimination. What I'm saying to you is there a family tribe established that's willing to fight for discrimination and in inequality on receiving funds from the government for to help their nonprofit that to fight and say that you're not being fair to us. You gave this organization this amount of money. You consistently ignored us and blah 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 blah. Is there a family tribe established that will represent us in that manner to receive those funds that you're talking about? The government should disperse that money to, and please don't say CHRO. A family tribe on the receiving end to receive that money so they can begin actions for our people. Is there one established?
I'm not sure that there is, so
Now, if you have
I'm
you
not
ever
aware
heard
of
of one?
one.
Have you ever heard of
No.
one? Then guess what? We can't say shit. Ain't a damn thing we can say. Because again, once again, our family tribes are not reestablished so we can be civilly active in the world for things of like this. They left that particular program in the hands of CHRO, which is Commission on Human Rights. And you know they ain't nothing but a fucking state agency looking out for the best interests of state. So fuck them. We need a family nonprofit started up so that they can get those funds to accurately defend us. CHRO can kiss my ass from here to the moon. A family tribe that's representative of us. We don't have it established. And guess what? If we don't have it established, ain't a damn thing we can say. Just look stupid. That's why the other nations that come over here and the foreigners that come over here say we're stupid and lazy because we don't take advantage of the benefits that's offered to us. The same benefits that's offered to them, they take advantage of. We don't. We turn our nose up at it. And then when we learn the amount of work we have to put into it to get it organized and stuff, they don't want to be bothered with it. They just divert to going to fill out a fucking job at a foreigner's corporation. So I'm sorry. That's where I have to disagree on you at. You say the government need to take that money and give it to organization that fights for discrimination. Huh? That's CHRO, honey. They already think they got it established. No, let's get a real fucking one that's gonna do some real representation. And only person that can represent an Aboriginal, in my opinion, is an Aboriginal. Because they're not going to play the state game. They're not going to play the CHRO game. We all, as Aboriginals, know how we've been harmed and bamboozled and kept in the dark and left out. That's why the other nations come over here and fucking laugh at us, because we don't know nothing about it. We turn our nose up at it. We keep listening to uneducated motherfuckers in YouTube that ain't got no fucking life, that turn their nose up to it and don't want a damn thing to do with it. I'm not turning my nose up to no opportunity. And I'm keeping it a buck. When I came in YouTube, and this is painful for me, painful like a motherfucker to me. I've been working with this government for 39 fucking years, right? I came into YouTube just unexpectedly. And I can't begin to tell you the enhancement that I received from people like Dane, from people like Chief Holiday, from people like Bat, from people like A1, All the sharpshoot teachers, top cats, everybody. That's what enhanced me to do what I'm doing. And I know about this, but I didn't know how to. And seriously, this shit can literally happen. You could be programmed to be a fucking robot in the state, meaning you're just doing the work, but you don't know that you can take advantage of the shit that you're approving. That's fucked up, sitting in there 39 years and not knowing, because I wasn't clear and educated on my history. I wasn't. And I never felt like a part of my employment, no matter what employer I worked for. When I worked in the private sector or the public sector, I never felt like a part of. I never, because to them I'm foreign. I'm a little Indian girl, and that's it. Fuck her. We met our quota. I was a robot, and I still am to this day. So now I come in YouTube, right? And all the education I got, all the degrees I got, I'm in YouTube and I'm learning and shit. My clock is just ticking forward. It's just going so fast because there's so many millions of things and so many millions of ideas. And I know the things that we can do as a people from just working in this system. And then you got these motherfuckers in here. I don't listen to her. She fucking agent. These are bastards that don't know a motherfucking thing about opportunity when it slaps them in the motherfucking face. But I do. That's why I'm not letting it go, because I know it will work. I'm manifesting this shit, yo. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's why I'm teaching and taking time out my life to dedicate every Saturday to teach our people how to reestablish the family tribes so they can get into the civil behavior and begin doing things for our community. We can't keep leaving it up to white people to help us in our community. We need to take advantage of our own fucking tax dollars, and the only way we gonna get it is if we establish and become right. We ain't right. We all fucked up in here. We're more concerned about being a fucking Hebrew, being a motherfucking Moor, being a Christian, being all this bullshit instead of the family tribes. So I don't got time. I don't have time for a nigga that ain't even took out time to test the waters, like your Bible say. You knock it before you test it. I don't have time to sit here and blame white people. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy to me. There's more of our own people that have fucked us over than white people. And I'm keeping it a buck. Ain't no white person walked in my motherfucking house and shot me down. Only niggas did that to me. But their little programs was out there to help me pull my black ass back together. But we still sitting up watching Fox News, ABC News, RBA News, so they can let us see all the people coming to the border and niggas getting mad for no motherfucking reason. No reason. Get mad because you're not doing nothing. You don't have shit because you don't want shit. And if you want it, act like it. These motherfuckers on YouTube, 24 hours on that Pan Boo Boo Q Butterfucking channel. Them bitches need to get a life. If you can work first, second, and third shift, be a fucking security guard. Start your own motherfucking security guard company. Because y'all bitches be up all night talking about dumb shit. But nobody wants to take advantage of the real opportunity. Oh, no, I ain't formalizing that because then you under the government's control. No, the fuck you're not. All the government want is your motherfucking. If you're a nonprofit, your ass is exempt. Motherfuckers say, no, no, don't pull in this government. Fuck that. Don't do nothing with them. Okay, so what are they doing? Nothing.
Well, the purpose of these particular folks is to pull you away from your government. So you're not supposed to feel like you can work with these people and you have skin in the game and you want this place to survive and thrive. Their purpose is to pull you off the land and go participate in somebody else's government, right? Because they're
That's
not
their
telling you to
job.
go. That's their job. Because when they tell you
Their
to
job.
go to another continent, they want you to build that place, right? And
Yep.
so they're not telling you, well, what build this place. You know what I mean? And they're not telling you how to build and what things you can do to build this place that you call home. You're supposed to go and build up their ancestral lands, right? And
Facts.
this is our ancestral lands. We
Facts.
have a stake in the game. This is
Facts.
our stuff. And so we do, these conversations that we're having right now are very important because we need to figure out our next steps, what's going forward, because this is our stuff. This is our place. And I don't feel like I should stand by and watch it, right? Or some
Right.
other foreigner who fled their country trying to tell me how not to participate in mine. I think that's wrong. So I agree with you,
Facts.
Sister Bethy.
Facts.
We need to get out there and get our hands dirty and figure out how to fix our problems. But these particular groups out there, they're there to tell you to go fix up their stuff. Go make a farm in Kenya somewhere,
Your
Jamaica.
reputation, your reputation comes from your community. You're not looking for a your reputation comes from the community. The reputation from the community regarding you sends a red flag up to the government. All right, this there's actually uh, a family tribe that is holding it down, and the community really looks up to. Finally, somebody else besides the church is in the community that stood up and began creating these different programs. We supposed to have programs in our community to help the homeless. We're supposed to have programs in our community to feed people. We're supposed to have programs in the community that train our people. We're supposed to have programs in the community that take care of our children while their parents are at work. We're supposed to have trade programs. We're supposed to have every kind of program our people desire. We're supposed to have programs that create futures for our people. Just the fact of creating a program is giving a future child something to take over. We create the programs and we grow age out of them. And time for the next generation to run the program. We're not doing that. We're not, and I'm keeping it a buck. We're our problem. We're supposed to create programs to feed our people. We're supposed to have programs where Betty Jean feeds people in the community when they're hungry. Guess what? When Betty Jean gets ready to retire, somebody else is picking up Betty Jean's program and keeping it going, like everybody else is doing. You got a corporation that handles insurance business. The next generation is coming in to learn the business and they take over so that the ones on top can retire. We're not creating that type of future for our children. We keep leaving it up to the responsibility of the white man, and it's not their fucking responsibility. It's not. Their responsibility is to take care of their people. Our responsibility is to take care of ours. That's how we shall overcome. If you want to talk about Martin Luther King's song, you don't overcome on foreigners' dollar or on foreigners' heels by the heels of the foreigners. You make yourself a slave. You're supposed to create businesses so that the next generation of our people are in those businesses. And we don't do that. And we can't blame nobody but ourselves. And we sitting home getting mad because people's coming through the fucking borders. Niggas ain't trying to work in Burger King and McDonald's no more. There you have it. They'll be very happy to do so because they're tired of picking cocoa leaves in the fields over in South America. They, it's a pleasure coming over here, putting on a suit and tie to work in Burger King. To them, to us, it ain't shit. We just look at it as being a white man's slave. All right, you don't want to do that work? Okay, start your own shit. Where's your family tribe? We have no representation. We don't, because we refuse to bring back the original family tribes. I'm going to put this up here again. This is who the fuck our original family tribes did business with. We don't even have a relationship with them. We don't have a relationship with them. Doing business. I would love to contact Brazil and say, yo, send me some rice and I send you some fucking corn. We don't reach out. You know what we doing? We sitting home like Mo, Larry, and Curly, watching news saying, look at these motherfuckers coming across the border. Yeah, well, guess what? These are the people that we did business with and worked with, honestly speaking. And they're coming through the border because we're not doing business with them no more. And this is the motherfucking nightmare of everybody in the motherfucking world. When we reestablish our tribes and begin doing back business with the original people that we did business with in these areas. But instead, we just looking at them. Look at these motherfuckers coming over the border. Yeah, but guess what? They're actually accustomed to coming through our borders because we did business with them. Unfortunately, the people that they're bumping into in the gates aren't the original fucking people that they met at the border.
Right.
So until we get our shit together, reestablish shit so we have people to trade with like we used to, we ain't doing shit. This is why I say, you know what? We can't take everybody with us. We can't wake all our people up. And I'm tired of hearing fucking excuses. Excuses. We got a fucking excuse for every fucking thing. Everything is an excuse. Well, the government ain't gonna give us. How the fuck you know? Have you tried? No. Have you even started a company and got rejected by this government? If you haven't, you can't say a goddamn thing. We ain't doing nothing, like you said, but fucking sucking and ain't starting no businesses. We giving everybody else our business, but we ain't starting our own.
Well, you know why? Because we're being told to support everybody else. And this is where I
Oh, who's
do
telling you
feel
to support everybody else? Who's telling you
well,
that?
we're listening to this narrative that we're supposed to be supporting everyone. So,
Whose
like the
narrative? Who
person,
narrative? You got to drop names and organizations because I haven't heard anyone say support anything. So you got to tell me who. Otherwise,
well, the
I don't know.
Democratic Party is telling us that if we feel that if we don't agree with this mass aliens, that we're being racist. Us Aboriginal. If the Aboriginal has an opinion about their country and how it should operate, then you're somehow racist. And so there's one organization, and we're all being told to support other folks. And that's what I'm gonna go back to this diversity and inclusion thing. We were told to march in Black Lives Matter for diversity and inclusion, and come to find out that was to include the migrant, not to make sure that you got the job. That was to make sure that migrants, if they have an accent, that they're not discriminated against, that they don't have to know English. That's what all this stuff is about. So all I'm saying is another thing that we are forgetting and this is very important, that our communities were ruined by drugs, crack, and all these different type of things. Okay, families, mothers, foster care, all these jail sentences, and we are still suffering these repercussions. And now those people who picked them leaves and had no problem trafficking those things to this country, now we're supposed to take care of them. Now they're getting their reparations for picking the cocoa leaf, right? And now we're supposed to take care of these people. I think it's wrong. And but it is separate from what you're saying get yourself together and do what you got to do. But while we're getting ourselves together, we do have to understand that supporting the very people who were the mules of the corporations who brought this stuff here and are still, because now we got a whole new fentanyl, we got guns, we got all these other different type of things that are being trafficked over here, and these people have no problem bringing them AKs to your neighborhood and giving it to a 14-year-old. No problem. Okay. And so I'm supposed to sit up here and support them and feel sorry for them because somebody was nice enough to transfer them to San Diego. I think it's wrong. I think these are two different subjects. I think we need to get ourselves and I would probably be ashamed if there was an Aboriginal company helping them, right? Because these people and these countries from the top down helped ruin our communities. And
Okay.
so that's it.
Okay. No, that's good, sis. And I'm glad to hear you expressing that. So now let me throw it to you this way. And I know, see, me, I'm an excuse busser. And I'm not calling you an excuse. I'm gonna throw it to you this way. On the news, okay, we're getting this information and this feedback from the news that these people are bringing drugs and cocaine and da, 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 and these are the very, like you said, are the very people that are picking them cocoa leaves and shit and bringing it over here. Now, let's look at and let's pretend this guy that I show you is from South America who picked cocoa leaves and shit like that and is responsible for bringing that shit over here. Let's hang on one second. We're gonna pretend this is a South American dude, which he is, but let's just say he came from Mexico and and shit over here, and he's trying to get over here. Let's pretend this is a Mexican.
42. Once a pandemic era policy expires next week, asylum claims will be processed under Title VIII. I spoke with one migrant from Jamaica who says he's been here for several days. Take a listen.
We are here. We've been here 3 days already. It's difficult because we don't have anything to eat. We haven't taken any baths, and it's very hot. And it's very cold in the night. Just want to go to the US to get a work, to change my life and live a good life.
Now, let me throw it to you this way, because you heard it from the Democrats about all the bad things, and you're hearing in the news from the Democrats and shit like that, right? About these people that's, like you said, picking this cotton and shit and responsible for ruining our country. Let me tell you something about their country.
No, the Democrats are saying that the Democrats are saying
Well, the
the
news
man
and
is hungry and we need
hear
to
it.
help him.
Wait, no. You came in here and said these people coming over here are
Yeah, but I'm
criminals,
not a
and you
Democrat.
know their background. I'm not saying you're a Democrat.
Okay.
You got to listen. I'm
Okay.
repeating what you said. These
Okay.
people came over here, and they're responsible. They're crooks, and they're former thieves. But the United States know their fucking background because they did background checks on all of them, so they can widely say this on the news. Democrats, news station. This is what, all people are saying this shit, right? Yeah, these are criminals coming over here and all this shit, right? This is what you're hearing. Nobody did a fucking criminal background check on these people. And the conditions that these people in lead me to believe every fucking thing that they're doing in their little communist-like country picking cocoa leaves. That's slave work. They are ordered to do that shit. Facts. I would definitely want to run from that shit. Picking cocoa leaves and doing shit. These are people running for asylum. They are tired of picking cocaine and making deliveries and risking their life. They are threatened to do that in that country. They're running from that shit. So I'm not going to sit here and say everybody coming across that fucking border are terrorists and bad people. Now, you're going to get the crisis actors that's going to start throwing the bombs off and doing all this shit. Got to make shit look bad. Got to make the news look good. So we got to make these things happen. How long are we going to allow these motherfuckers to control our mind? These people are coming over here suffering. And that's a fact. They're being put in these shelters. They're being, look, they got programs set up in our country to help people for asylum, and it's been going on since God knows when. This shit has been going on since before we even came off our reservations. We was accepting in migrants and immigrants on our landmass. Facts. This is what the 13 colonies been doing since then, letting them in. All right. Now, I'm going to take you here. Democrats have filled our heads up. I'm not saying you are one now, but let me tell you something. Everybody, the majority of our people was not given an option to be in a political party. They were told what party that they were in. Oh, no, don't vote for the Republicans. They don't help poor people. The Democrats do. These motherfuckers have been the devils from the beginning of the time with us. How long is it going to take us to understand that the Democrats have been the ones and have been the dividers of our people forever? Now, I'm not sitting here saying that all the Republicans are angels and flourishing, but the Democrats have been the ones that stopped us from dealing with the people we dealt with and traded with. That whole list of all the countries in America that we dealt with, they stopped that shit and took it over. We were dealing with them before these motherfuckers came here. Let me tell you, they've been dividing us since they fucking came over here. Let me put the picture back in your head. Because see, they done put another picture in your head to hate. Let's go there. Let's start right here. When the shit started. Where's it at? Let's not forget. Now, I first want to say this. We're not the only ones angry about this border shit and the bullshit that the Democrats is pulling. All races are. All races are. They're tired. This ain't no fucking color thing. This is some real shit. You got white Americans, Asian people that's in America that's been here for a very long time, making a life, spending their getting taxes taken out, paying taxes in this country for over 100, maybe 200 years since the tax system was created. And they're angry about this shit that's going on with the border, our tax dollars. And let me show you these same motherfuckers. Where they at? Let's start with this bitch. Lest we forget, Andrew Jackson marched from the north to the south with a bunch of Negro Indians in that War of 1812. They're angry. That's who Andrew Jackson marched with. That was one of the biggest divisions of our people in history. But what we need to understand and remember that the people on the bottom are the grandkids of the motherfuckers on the top. They just all throughout the 50 states. We ain't left. We're still here. And they fucked our sense of thought up. We forgot all about these motherfuckers was Democrats. If we really wanted that border shit to stop, we could even create a fucking family tribe to stop the shit that's at the border. Up. The Islamist family is calling everyone to go to the border. Seems to be an invasion. All us come to the motherfucking border. The motherfuckers is going to think twice before they want to come through the Mexican border or the Canadian border. Because you know what? We the people are with the power. Like I said, we ain't the only niggas mad about this shit. Don't get these motherfuckers riled up. Straight for the motherfucking border. Hell's Angels. You don't think they fucking grandkids is still here and alive? We'll come together with Andrew Jackson like we did with Andrew Jackson. March to the motherfucking border. That's what we're at now. We're headed for a fucking civil war. And right here, these folks agree with us. I agree. They agree. We should be, well, we don't like how they're controlling our border. Damn. Well, they're upset. Just like we are upset. Them and us. Us and them. That's every white person you could think of. You got Irish, you got Jewish, you got every European in this bitch. And if we really wanted to stop the shit at the border, don't you even think that if the Hells Angels go down to the motherfucking border with Andrew Jackson's, with Andrew Jackson's niggas, we could stop any fucking thing we want because we the gods over this bitch. Us, the Hells Angels. Yeah, just think about Andrew Jackson marching from the north with all the goddamn Indians from the north and the motherfucking Hells Angels. At that time, they weren't called Hells Angels, but marched down and took over the land in the south. Biggest division fucking ever. This is what history don't want. Another motherfucking Andrew Jackson war. And the Andrew Jackson war consists of them, us, and them coming together to fight our motherfucking for our country, to stop this border bullshit. This is what the powers to be in America don't want. They don't ever want an Andrew Jackson war. An Andrew Jackson war consists of niggas and white boys checking shit at the door. That's what they don't want.
You are right about that, Sister Bethy.
And the next thing I'm going to say, don't forget, them motherfucking millennials, the millennials, the motherfucking X generation, and Y generation. Don't you tell me them motherfuckers don't know what to do when motherfuckers come and try to take your shit over. Don't take me there. Don't fucking take me there with the former Ku Klux Klan. Girl, bye. If any foreigner think they're coming over here that this country is tired of, right now, this is where that minds of white people and niggas is at. Oh, you putting motherfuckers in shelters and police stations on our land with our tax dollars? This is white boy right here. No, the fuck you ain't. And the niggas, and what? And what? So don't tell me that we can't come together and be civil. They don't. It's two things these motherfuckers don't want. Another Andrew Jackson war with a bunch of niggas and white boys checking shit at the door and burning shit down. If you think you're going to spend another tax dollar on for, it's getting to that point because we're getting tired. We're getting tired. And the Democrats are testing us.
They are.
Or they're testing the whole fucking country.
They're testing the whole country. I mean, I think they're beyond testing us. They just stomping.
Yeah, they're
They just
trying to start
stomping
a
through.
fucking civil war.
Right.
That the war these motherfuckers don't want is another Andrew Jackson war. And that consists of the Indians and white boys fucking shit up. They can't beat us. They can't.
The only thing that I can say to that, because what our media and the Democrats aren't telling you with these people, at that some of these people are soldiers. So I was reading
That's
the
what you got to
article.
stop listening to. You ain't no fucking soldier if you're thrown in this bitch. You a burnt motherfucker. That's all you'll be.
Well, I was reading an article in Mexico because there were some people who were killed in Mexico. And so one cartel is fighting another cartel. But when they're describing what's going on, because the Mexicans are not fond of the Guatemalans, because like I was mentioning earlier, a lot of these are this is the drug game. These are the people who helped create the end result of our communities, right? And so they were saying that these are special operations military people for Guatemala. Okay, so these people are soldiers that the Democrats, because the
You don't
Democrats
think these
know
motherfuckers are special?
they
Fuck
are.
with Hell's Angels. You don't think they're special? They ain't letting nobody come over here and fuck their country up. They're not. They're not.
Yeah, but Sister Bethy, they're gonna tell the Democrats say that these are supremacists, and you can't.
And neither are these people. I don't care what you said. I sit and talk to white people every day. It would be a civil war, and they're not going to win. They're not. Us together with them and them. Let me ain't finished. And them. We have the power. Don't fucking get the Grateful Dead grandkids started. Them motherfuckers come from out the woodworks. I know it. I know the I know the Hell's Angels all too well from my community. And Hell's Angels do not hate niggas. Hell's Angels came in our community every summer. They roll by because they have compassion for poor kids, because they grew up, a lot of them, as poor kids. And the Hell's Angels came in our community. I'll never forget this. We had a chance as children, little poor children. They brought us t-shirts, and I'll tell this story till I die. Every year, Hell's Angels came through our hoods. They knew we was waiting for their motorcycles, and we got to pick which motorcycle was ours. I always picked the red one. I'm like, that's mine. That's mine. I remember this shit when I was little, back in the 70s. And they would stop. He would stop. They would stop. They had t-shirts for us and popsicles. And because they had compassion for poor kids, they didn't give a fuck what the color was. They did not like to see poor kids sad. Hell's Angels, for real. They were dangerous and they did other stuff, but they had compassion for poor kids. They didn't give a fuck what the race was, but they came through our community. It was hundreds of motorcycles, and we didn't think it would ever end. There was so many of them. And they brought t-shirts and popsicles, because the ice cream truck, they sold the ice cream truck out. And whatever motorcycle we picked, like I picked the red one, and the guy in the red motorcycle would come around and let me touch his motorcycle, and that's the one that gave me the popsicle and ice cream. When it's time to take care of this country and make sure nobody fucking breathes, you got the Hell's Angels and you got us. And that's a fact. Don't you ever forget about the Andrew Jackson niggas, because a whole lot of them still here. And we are on cold for a time of war. When the Civil War comes, what you think we're going to do? Stand there, hold our hands up? No. Our generations before us do shit that we was too scared to do. Now they did the Rodney King burning this shit, yeah. But these little motherfuckers literally do this shit. For real. These millennials and alphas don't have a problem doing this shit. They don't. I'm keeping it a buck. We got to stop and free ourselves from the years and years in control of the fucking Democratic Party. No one can't see them as the ones that's poisonous to us. They're the ones who's stopping us and keeping our minds and from starting these programs. These family tribes. That's what they don't want back. But somebody like myself, you won't listen to. You turn your nose up, but let me tell you something. It makes a difference. We need the programs that we ail for. We don't have representation. We need a family tribe that represents us based on discrimination. We need a family tribes that fight for us in legislation. We don't have representation. But we sit out and talk about, so somebody need to go and tell them to send that fucking money to them. Okay, well, yeah, we could tell them to send it to them, but where the fuck they gonna send it to? Because we don't have no representation to receive the money. That's the problem. You keep turning your nose up at 503 when I'm telling you this is where the shit is. We never did it. And the church never thought we would do it. Now we're a fucking burden. But that's a good thing. Because now we can take control of the things that we need and stop making it the business of the white man. They got their own fucking kids and families to take care of. Now you tell them to take care of a bunch of niggas? You do that when you go to them to beg for jobs. You do. You burden them. Because they have to hire you because you're black. Not because you're smart and not because they want you in there. But because you're black. They passed a fucking law so niggas could get jobs. It's called quota laws. So y'all some quota bitches and quota niggas. I don't want to live with that thought over my head. I want to show that I could be a decent and civil part of society and an active woman that works civilly with and in her community. If you don't have that mindset, all I can say is fuck you this week, fuck you next week, and oh well. Live your fucking miserable life till the day you drop. Because there's nothing else I could do at this point. This shit is very real. They bringing in new niggas to replace you lazy niggas. Nobody said you had to go work for somebody's company. But have the balls to start your own. So you don't have to go to nobody's. Now, you are this system and they get control. You make your own fucking bylaws. You live off your bylaws. The government doesn't come in. Why is saying, hey, 2,000 niggas, how you living? They don't do that. It's controlled by us. The only thing we have to do is make sure we're in compliance with the tax law, which is tax exemption law. That's it. Don't nobody be coming in there saying, hey, the Republicans been wanting niggas to get that fend for themselves. I give them credit for that. They always say, why don't they start their own? Why? And they're not saying that to be evil bastards. They saying that. And you know why they're saying it? Because they don't know we don't know. That's why a lot of them say it, because they don't know we don't know. They think we already know to start our own shit. That's why they call us beggars and always got our hand out, because we're always coming to their businesses for services and for jobs. So that's why they say we always got our hand out. Literally, it's because they don't know that we don't know to start our own shit. They don't know that the same thing that they qualify for, we do too. But the power is in the people. You have to build the family and make it a positive resource for the community. Then you might start receiving funds. But if you got some old bullshit, motherfucking family tribe, they ain't gonna look at your stinking ass, and they shouldn't. Because if you're gonna either be real or you're gonna be unreal. That's why you work with accounting companies that teach you how to be in compliance. Don't try to do it yourself. You need to learn it and master it. You know, we don't know everything. But I'm going to let you respond, sister. And I love you, sister, so much. I do.
I love you too, Sister
one of the
Bethy.
best
This
fucking
is great.
co-hosts. You and Straight Smoke is the best fucking co-host in YouTube, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you so
Now
much.
I want you to take it and flex. Don't just listen to everything I say, because we're supposed to disagree. We're supposed to disagree. And we figure out and fix what we disagree on. And that comes from positive communication. So I'm going to leave and let you have it and take my water break, bathroom break, because you know I drink mad room temperature water. Hey, Ab Power, love you, bro. It's
Hey,
this, you got it
Aboriginal
till I
Power.
come back. You respond to what I said, sis. I know I said a lot, and I ain't finished. But go ahead,
All
baby.
right. Well, one thing that you said, you're right. You're saying that if there was a civil war, we could pop off, right? We're here. You got a whole bunch of people. You already done seen these people turn up, the last few years. So of course we can turn up, but is that something that we really want? And then who is trying to pop this war off? And so that's where we need to stop people at the door before they try to get us into losing lives, because whose life do they expect uh the lives that are going to be lost, right? So we already saw in Texas an Aboriginal guy lost his life trying to protect the migrant. The drug traffickers, he tried to say the drug traffickers, and he lost his life. We also just saw in the last couple days some more Aboriginal children. They lost their lives in Jordan, somewhere that we didn't even think our soldiers were. So when these wars pop off, what soldiers do you think is going to end up deceased? And we don't even know if it's friendly fire, right? So civil war is not in our best interest, but allowing these people here is not in our best interest as well. So we as a community need to come up with what's best for us, not allowing CNN, MSNBC, Fox News to come up with our solutions. We need to come up with our own solutions. And one way to do that is to dismiss anytime they try to tell you addressing what's going on at the border is somehow racist and white supremacist and conish. That needs to end. This is our country, and it is a derelict of duty not to take care of your responsibilities. This country is our responsibilities. Our house is our responsibility. And if somebody comes into our house and decides to set it on fire, and we sit up there and we listen to the Democrat, well, it's racist to put some water on the fire. That's crazy. We out of that is the mental illness that, you might be speaking of, Sister Betty, because we can't just sit up here and just watch our place catch on fire. So we got to figure out, do we want to let this sucker burn down, or should we put some water? Should we go get the water hose? Should we call 911? What is it that we should proactively be doing instead of just sitting here watching these people that we know came in and helped ruin our communities? Like, let's I'm not going to back away from that. Like I don't believe those people are slaves. They could go to China or some other country if they don't like what's going on, and or they can overthrow their government, right? If they don't like the cocoa leaf picking, but they didn't have no problem because they was buying planes and living big time. Working hand in hand with our government, right? Was it the Contra catastrophe? So our government is these same people who's telling you that is racist if you don't like those people over there, are the same people dropping them guns to arm our children. Okay.
Okay, but
Oh,
you know what? I got to keep it a buck. It wasn't. It's not. You make it seem like, and this is what society is doing. And I'm watching the news. All the people that's coming across that border ain't from Mexico. They're
no,
not.
they're from
I
the
see
place where the
people.
cocoa leaves
I
were, which
oh,
is
oh, oh, oh,
Guatemala, Venezuela,
okay.
Colombia, way down there.
Okay.
Those
Yeah, but
people.
all right. But here's the thing. It's another part of America. All right. And I just heard you say they need to overthrow their government. It's not enough of them that's probably down with
That's a
doing that.
lot of.
So
They said 11 million people just walked through
yeah,
our border
okay.
since
But
nobody.
but all right.
11 million
But
people
that
could
all right,
overthrow
all right.
somebody's
But
government.
was it 11 million Mexicans or 11 million Guatemalans? Or was it a mixture of them? Because if it was a mixture of it, then it's not enough of them that can turn their government over.
Well, they
It's
can
a
all
few
get
from
together.
everywhere. They got them coming from every country, and you can't tell a few Guatemalans to overturn their country. It ain't going down. You can't tell a few when you start breaking down how many of it is of them there are. There's not enough of them to overthrow their own government. And why risk your life doing that when you can leave and go find opportunity somewhere
And then
else?
you could go
The
displace the
the
Negro.
13
You could go
colonies.
move the Negro out of their
Okay.
neighborhood. You could go and take their job. You can go run their
Okay,
governments and
but wait,
displace
what
them.
Negro has been moved out of their community based on them coming here? Okay, from what I'm hearing, all right, what Negro was moved out of their community so they can move in? I haven't heard
Okay,
that one yet.
I
Now,
come
I
from
know
a
that there's
historical Negro neighborhood in San Francisco called Hunters Point, right?
okay,
And this particular place was devoid of funds. It was a desert, no stores, no nothing. They decided that they want to move the Chinese into this neighborhood. So now this neighborhood is now getting funding only to house the Chinese folks. They worked with the churches that you was talking about earlier. And the government gave funding to the churches to help build housing. And so the people were on board. Oh, you gonna help build affordable housing, only for the affordable housing to all go to the Chinese. So
okay. So let's talk about Chinese people for a minute because I'm tired of hearing this story. First of all, just like foreigners came over here and bought land to bring their people over here, that's what China did. Don't you think for 1 minute that the government is fully funding these Chinese people to build a damn city or town or whatever they're building? China's paying for that shit. China got bank. China sends, you think every person that owns a Chinese restaurant is the single individual owner? No. Chinese people from China open up stores in America and send their people here to work for them. And that's the same shit that's going on in that expensive ass town, state, California. China's paying for that shit.
Right.
China.
No,
it was
but
sold to China.
No. But what I'm saying is these grants, these NGOs
was anybody living in it?
are
Was anybody living in it? Was anybody living in that town?
No. So I'm talking about a black neighborhood. I'm just gonna say it like how we all understand it.
Yep,
A
yep,
quote
yep,
unquote historical black neighborhood,
yep.
and the people. So the government, like we just watched with favorite staffing, gave grants to a 501c3, a church, and told
Mhm.
them, hey, we want to help you build affordable housing. So the people, the black church
Mhm.
was all the parishioners, everybody's on board, everybody's excited. But guess what happened? The black church gave, whatever, partnered with these other groups, and most of the housing went to Chinese. So now, who do you think is preferred in these housing as people
Well,
start
wasn't
investing
it
in these
built for
homes?
Chinese people? Wasn't it?
No, no, no. It's a black
it-
church that was told that it's affordable housing for
okay.
people, and in your community will have affordable housing. And so
Hmm.
the Chinese were moved in there. I think there's some places in Fillmore the same thing happened. And so
Hmm.
what's happened? So we've been duped, right? I understand that, but what I'm really saying is that, just like you said, that these governments are funding these Chinese restaurants and Chinese this and Chinese that.
No, not
The same
governments. Chinese.
Chinese,
China
the
is
Chinese
taking care
government,
of that.
right, right, right.
Right,
Okay,
and they're
okay,
doing the same thing for that community too. I
right, right.
guarantee you.
Okay, so yeah, they probably own the nail salon, like you're saying, or
Hmm.
we already know that it's a communist country, so the government has its hand on everything that they do. So if they got a dollar from China, the government owns it, right? And so we do know that they're going through and purchasing homes all over the place, and so all of these homes are theoretically owned by China. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying okay, so what I'm saying is that these people that are coming, somebody is funding that as well. And how do we know? We don't know what government is funding
China,
that.
If China built them projects and made a partnership with the church, you better believe that that church got a handsome donation from China that your ass ain't being told. China is paying for that. China don't need no fucking money from the United States. And they're
Okay, well,
doing
that
it.
should
They're
also
doing,
be
and
illegal,
then they're not
just like
gonna
it's illegal for
they're
those.
not gonna come out and tell you that. They're not. You think the
Oh, well,
Democrats are
we
gonna come and
know.
tell you?
Well,
You
people in
think they're gonna come out
California
and tell you
know.
that?
People in California have been complaining forever that they can't buy homes, because if there's a home for 562,000, do you know how much money you need to make to get that loan? And so you don't eked up enough to get a loan for
Girl,
600,000, and then
they've
China
been
come
doing
through
that.
with 800,000 and buy the home. And so
Yep.
citizens aren't even able to buy homes. Okay, so now this home
Girlfriend.
has just sold for
G-
800,000,
girlfriend.
and now the homes have raised in price, right? And so
Girlfriend.
it's what?
Girlfriend. Is this new to you?
No, it is not
How?
new.
Okay. So I'm gonna test you and see if this is new to you. How do you keep a nigga out the suburbs? I'm gonna use language that my community understand. How do you keep niggas out the suburbs, the beautiful suburbs?
You price them out,
There you go. And that's the same shit. So
right?
Chinese
And,
people can
and and
live
am I
there.
supposed to sit up here and act like, oh, that's status quo and that's the way things are supposed to be? I am here to say that ain't the way things are supposed to be. You
Okay.
can't allow
So
China to
do
come
you have your do
and
you
tell
have your
me I
family
can't live
pro
somewhere.
do you have your family program set up to fight and represent us in that manner?
Well, I'm not an attorney.
That's okay. There's thousands and thousands of Negroes that's attorneys across these 50 states. Do you have a program set up so that they could fight for you in court about the discrimination on the gentrification and all that? You have a family tribe set up? Because you don't got to be an attorney to fight for to stop gentrification. You don't got to be an attorney to fight for that. You can be a representative at the legislative table during public hearings. You do know that a whole tribal family coming in at public hearings to say, "Excuse me, this is what's going on. It's wrong in our community. We don't have anyone in there doing that, sitting in public hearings fighting for that. We don't have a family tribe going to battle town councils and municipalities for the bullshit that's going on in our community. So they do what the fuck they want. I'm telling you this. I know you don't like to hear it, but it's the truth. We can't get mad at because Chinese people are building beautiful communities in California because we ain't building shit. We ain't coming together to build nothing. And the last I checked, lands in the Americas have been sold to foreigners since they fucking came here. So that's nothing new. So what?
Right. And so
We got
because it's
Chinese,
not
we
new,
got
am I
Chinese
supposed to
people.
act
It's
like
not new, but I'm just saying we got Chinese people in California building up beautiful homes so their people can live in it, affordable housing for their people to live in it. Guess what? Down here in Connecticut, we got Jews, we got Irish, we got Dutch, we got French who spent lots of money to build up beautiful communities. Guess what? They all stuck together and put their money together to build their communities. We're not doing that. So what do? We sit back and we get mad at them.
okay. Well, listen.
You're not gonna win with me tonight,
I
but go ahead.
Okay. So we have communities that we have built up. I'm not talking about the brand new 2020 home that they have now been allowed to develop. I'm talking about our historical communities that we developed, and the government came through and found any way for us not to be there. Our old people's homes were taken out. Right. And so now they go, and when these people first come here, they go and make sure that these people are ushered in, and they all of a sudden get special. I mean, you could look at the news, go look at Nancy Pelosi. They have special police for Asian people. Okay. So these people get special taxpayer funded police to make sure that they're safe, right, to live in your community. And then I'm being told I'm supposed to just say, well, it's always happened, and so there's nothing I can really say about it. No,
Do you do
I
you
don't
know
think
why
it's
they
okay.
have? Do you know why they have special police?
Because Nancy Pelosi agreed for them to have it. she
Do you
said it,
know
yo,
what would
Democrat.
happen? Okay. Do you understand what would happen to them if they didn't have special police there to protect them?
What happened? They've been living here
Oh,
since
I
from
gotta
the
show
beginning
you
of
again.
time.
You don't understand. You don't understand what Pookie Ray Ray and Billy Bob Thornton will do. Do I gotta remind you? Do you know whose
No,
community you're coming in?
they've been
I have to
living here
remind you
just
why they
fine.
need special police. They need special police. Here we go. That's why.
We got Chinatowns in every city. These people have been living
We
here
got nigger towns in
just
every city too.
fine,
We got
right?
nigger towns in every city too, and we
And
ain't
so we
doing
gonna
shit.
have police to help the little old ladies,
We
so
got
they
Nick.
groceries won't
We
get
we
stolen.
we who's stealing their groceries? Their own grandkids or the guy next that live right next door to them in the mask? Who's stealing it from them? Or is it a white guy coming all the way from the suburbs with a mask on, stealing the old lady grocery? Which one is it in our community?
I don't know. I think that
Me,
systematic
my
racism needs
mind
to be addressed.
on some
You know,
serious shit.
to me, I'm gonna say this. I don't feel that me as an Aboriginal is defined by living in a certain small area, and this is so if I, as an Aboriginal, want to go move in the suburbs, I should be able to, and it shouldn't be okay and allowed for a foreigner to come and tell me that I don't belong in my own land, on my own property.
Okay,
And
right,
so what's
right.
happening is
Have you
they're
made
telling
any
you that
preparations?
you need to go live in the project somewhere.
No. Have you went and tried to buy a home in some open space that's available in the beautiful area that you want to go in, and you were told you couldn't do it?
I live in a beautiful area. I'm
So
fine.
what are you complaining
But
about?
well, because I know I'm an anomaly. It's just me here. You know, it should be more of us living in nice neighborhoods. Why do, and you know what? And when I was in it, the only reason why I probably got this place is because I own it. I probably wouldn't be able to rent here. But let me tell
Have
you,
you?
when I was
uh,
trying to go and rent in nice places with good school districts and stuff, they was telling me I didn't belong. How is it a foreigner could tell me I don't belong somewhere?
Have you started a family tribe that get goes around in the community to get their people together and say, "Hey, let's work on getting our people in better community areas to live, move out and away from all
The
the bad
hoods.
areas."
Right.
Yeah, have you started that? Yeah,
No.
boom, there it is. That's what I keep saying. For everything we want to do, we
Nobody helped
can
me.
do.
I had to do it for myself. But let me tell you, when I went and I tried to get out and leave the hood, the so-called slums, right? Everybody from my own folks to foreigners felt like I was going against the grain. You are supposed to, the rules say you supposed to live over here. There was no community, no, a group to help me. So what I'm here is saying is that I'm here as a descent. We don't have to be easily moved into bad neighborhoods, that we can live in nice homes, whether it's all white or not or whatever, because more of us should be living there. It shouldn't be no all white neighborhoods. It shouldn't be no full on all Asian, all Indian neighborhoods. That shouldn't be. That they can go and
Yo,
they can live
yo,
in nice
yo.
houses, but we can't.
You said it shouldn't be no full all Asian neighborhoods. Yo, they got full all nigga neighborhoods.
Right. And what does it look like? Where is it?
Uh,
In the
And
worst of the worst?
whose fault is it that all
That
nigga
I gotta go live
neighborhoods
on
look
some
like it?
toxic land. You were playing earlier about Chicago, about that
No, I'm
nine
just
hundred
saying.
and eighty
I'm
five
just
thousand
saying they got
shelter. That was in a black neighborhood. That was toxic land. Those people are living on toxic land. So
which
I'm
one?
supposed to
Wait,
go
wait, wait,
live.
wait, wait, wait. Take me back. What are you talking about?
Okay, so earlier you did the article from Channel 2, Fox News Channel 2, right?
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so and they said that they built this migrant shelter for almost what,
Oh
$900 million
yeah, with it for the tent. The
for the tent. But the thing
Yeah, I
is
still
that
got it up.
they couldn't let people live there because the land was toxic. Now this is a quote unquote black
It says
neighborhood.
also of interest in the Brighton Park site at 38th Street and California Avenue, which was going to be a winterized tent camp for migrants. The city of Chicago paid more than 985,000 for the camp to be built before it was shut down by Governor Pritzker's office because of contamination concerns with the land. All right, so was it
So I'm
contaminated
supposed to go
before?
live on
Now
some
my question is,
contaminated
well,
land?
wait. These are for the migrants. What was this land contaminated before they got on it or after?
No, the black folks went to City Hall and they were like, not only are you bringing these people into our neighborhood, the land is contaminated. So these people have
Construction
been living.
construction of the camp was already in progress when that happened. So they never finished it. So how did the land get contaminated? From what did
That's a
they
good question.
they couldn't be on it? I mean, if this is in our hoods, did we contaminate the shit?
No.
It's saying the city of Chicago. So don't nobody live in the city of Chicago but niggas. So who contaminated the land?
The people
Use the
who
question.
contaminated the water in Jackson, the people who contaminated the water in Flint, the people who contaminated
But
the land in Hunters
wait.
Point,
It's not
the
saying
same
that
people.
water. Wait, it's not saying that the water is contaminated. It's saying the
It's saying
land.
the
So
land
I'm
is
thinking they
contaminated.
drop what's in the land. I mean, you could have all kinds of toxics and every fucking thing. You could be having dope needles and syringes and all kinds of bullshit like you find in our hoods anyway. You find broken bottles, paper wrappers, half of sandwiches that somebody don't want, throw it down on the ground. It's like I'm talking my hood. right now. I'm not speaking about nobody else's. All the kind of shit that you throw on the ground, and then you got rat shit, you got dog shit, you got nigger shit, you got crackhead shit, all on the land, because crackheads do go in the woods where you can't see them and take leaves and take a shit and wipe their ass on the land. All this toxic contaminates the ground. At least that's what's done in my hood. So all I'm saying is I'm not going to sit up on a live and keep making excuses, because all those people you talking about got somebody representing them. We don't have nobody representing us, because we are not building the family tribes and creating the programs so that we can represent ourselves. That's the problem. I'm not worrying about Chinese people coming over here and making a good life, or no other race. The only thing I'm focused on is our people and our community. I can't. I cannot spend it. Wastes my time, and it throws off all the good things and goals that I want to meet by worrying about another race of people that are successfully making it on our land. I'm not jealous or mad. I got to step my game up and stop talking shit and stop worrying about the next person that's making it on our land, and be some type of representative for my people. That's what I'm focused on. I want to be that chief that goes sit before Congress, that goes sit before the legislator, that goes sit before town council and municipalities. And the only way I could get there and represent in that manner is if I'm an established organization, because that's who they hear from. I have to become a leader in my community in order to be heard. I have to build a strong reputation with my people that feels comfortable with me going to bat for them in these particular paces. So if I start it, then others will follow. Yes, I am Don. I am. I do speak before legislators, and I do those things. But that at that time, it was for specific laws for specific governors or senators. Now, shit's changed. It's for my people, because our governors and our senators that look like us ain't representing us like we should be. And I'm tired of foreign senators that look like me that don't have the interests of us, because their attitude is we fuck it up for their people that came over on a little boat from across the water, from another piece of the land, if you know what I'm saying. We need a literally a representative from the mainland to represent us, to feel comfortable within our hearts that is truly one of us. Yes, our Jamaicans, our brothers from the islands, yeah, but them motherfuckers ain't representing us. They're representing their people. So I'm not going to feel comfortable. I need me to be in that bitch to feel comfortable. And I need people who are from the mainland that look like me, this mainland, to understand, yo, I'm there for us. This boy is from the island. He's not for us. He's for his people trying to get over here with a fucking green card. I need to be in there. I'm from the mainland. I'm not from any other parts of the lands of the North. And this ain't to knock other people that are, but we got to be up in there. We're not up in there because we keep trusting these same motherfuckers that have been serving on Congress for over 20 fucking years, a career. Motherfuckers got 20-year careers fucking our lives up. 20-year careers of not representing us. And they live in right on the outskirts of our fucking neighborhoods. And they ain't representing them because they some no balls having motherfuckers. I'm sorry. I got to walk in there with my balls. But before I could do that, I have to gain my trust from the people in my community, which I have. But I refuse to sit another day to worry about who's coming over the fucking border. If this country has a problem with people coming from over the border, then go down there and do something about it. I'm too fucking busy to go to the border. I really am. When it come on the news, I turn the shit off. It's the same 40 people coming in the line. They showing the same thing over and over and over again to make you think that it's millions. I'm tired of seeing it. They did the same fucking thing when they killed Gaddafi. How many times did they show this statue falling? How many fucking times did they show you the Twin Towers falling? I got tired of seeing that shit. It takes away from the real work that needs to be done in our communities. Right now, we got people running around in our community doing a little something, something, something. But that motherfucker's only looking for 15 minutes of fame. And that's it. They're not even going in there with the right mentality. So I don't have time to keep talking about foreigners. I don't. Like I said, anybody that's really interested, the classes are set. We're at level 2 training classes now. We done already did a month of training class 1. And then this whole month of February, we're doing training, establishing your family tribe, level 2. Level 2 is all about the different nonprofits that we need to set up that you feel comfortable, because any nonprofit you set up in our community is a help to the people. It's infinite on what you can do as a family tribe to help our people. It's infinite. I can only throw out a few hundred of ideas, but there's millions of ways, because there's millions of things people could see themselves doing for the rest of their life and passing it down to the next generation to keep it up. And then in March, it's level 3. Level 2 is all about what can you do? What do you really, really want to do in the community? And I give you examples, and then you begin to come up with your own ideas. You might want to be, it's so much that our community needs. So much. You can have a third shift daycare center. Nobody in the world has that. First, second, and third shift daycare centers. Somewhere safe for your children to be overnight while you're on third shift. Working. Police protection. Our own police protection on our daycare sites. There's a lot of nurses that want to say, I want to pick up an extra shift. So my baby needs help with her homework. She can stay. I'm going to drop her off overnight, and y'all have her ready for school in the morning. That kind of shit. Modernize what we used to do. There's so much we can do. There's so many ideas out there. But those of you that turn your nose up to it, just do me a fucking favor. Don't show up to my trainings, because those are the people I don't want to deal with. I don't deal with excuse people. People that got excuses. But what about this? But don't show up to my meeting. Please don't. Level 2 is a month, 4-week training. It's the same training class every Saturday in February. By the time you leave this class, you will know what you literally want to do and pass down for your family or whoever. Always in your tribe, it's not always going to be your family. But you want to start it so that the next generation can keep the family business going. That's what level 2 is about. By the time you leave level 2 training, you will know what you want to start. By level 3 is getting it formalized. And that's a lot of steps, but it's easy. You do it one time. All it takes is one time to do it. And there's a level 4, trust and believe. Level 3 is getting it established. Level 4 is getting it up and popping. And then we go back to level 1. If you miss level 1, you cannot come to level 2 training. I know who all the level 1 folks were, so you cannot come in my trainings and not turn your camera on. Your camera must be on. No excuses. I don't care if you're a fucking senior citizen either. You can't turn that bitch on. Don't show up. I'm just going to politely put you in the hallway. I don't have time for people's bullshit. You're too fucking old to be playing these games. If you're coming to level 2 training, you're already on the distribution list. You don't have to keep signing up on our website to be on our distribution list. I seen one person on there like 6 fucking times. That is insane. You only need to do it once. Once you're on it forever until you tell us to remove you, and we will humbly remove you. All we want you to do is get right. All I want to do is provide you with the training that you've been neglected to get as a sister and brother. If you ain't real with this shit, then don't show up. But I'm telling you, you will make a difference in your community and you become a resource. And that's the best fucking feeling in the world, is being an active resource in your community. Everybody's doing this except us. And if we are doing it, it's limited to the only people they want to help. A lot of the churches do this. And it's limited to their people. They say they help the public, but they got to show like they're helping the public, like throwing a coat drive. But anything else, you better believe is for the church members. I'm not going to pray with nobody in church. I could do that at home, by myself, alone. I like to pray when I'm alone anyway. I don't need assistance. And I have my tribal members to turn to. That's why I love them, because I can turn to them. We have things that we need to do, but this is part of Waya's business. This is what I'm exempt from. Education, training. This is what I love doing. Y'all always say, oh, y'all work up in there, y'all bougie, y'all don't help y'all people. Well, I'm living fucking proof. And I learned this from the best. Working with white people. I can't stand here and say, I don't know how to do this. Well, Beth, you know how to fucking set up this. Why the fuck you ain't doing it? I didn't know that that's what I was supposed to do. How dumb was I? So many years. I didn't know. Like I said, when I came in YouTube, that's when lights start triggering in my head. Because I know the things we could do, but I didn't know. I was still stupid, just sitting there being a robot, formalizing and doing things for other people, establishing things for other people, and didn't even think and dawn that you should be doing this for your community. It never came, because there's so much blocking our thought to think for ourselves when we're too busy doing it for other people and helping other people get established, and never think to do it for your own community, because it's a blockage. I was never taught to do something on my own. I was never taught when I what my thought of pulling yourself up from your own bootstraps. When Martin Luther King says that, my thought is, wench, get a job and take care of your damn kid. That's what I thought that was, and it never dawned on me. Say, you pull yourself up from your own bootstraps as a community when you start teaching them that these are the things that they could do. And this is how you got to go about doing it. Oh, but you got to be very honest and wipe out the negative rhetoric that keeps them from taking advantage of these opportunities. In YouTube, there's a lot of that in YouTube. How you going to knock something you never tried? So I only want to deal with people that really want to do something. Everybody ain't going to do it. I get that. And I'm not going to put no guns to nobody's head and say, look, get your stupid ass in here and start a program so you can be a positive individual in your community. Let's get it popping. Hey, you might not want to set up a nonprofit. You might want to do it for profit, but go ahead, pay the taxes. Go ahead. But I want to start off where I know that there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of opportunity in these type programs, family tribes, a lot of opportunity for you to be of service to your community. Other people speak on other channels to move away. I ain't moving from shit because I know this works. You just read how much they get. 19,000. I can't get upset and feel bad until I've literally been rejected. I haven't even tried for a grant yet. I haven't. But what this government does know about Wyatt is we're standing on our own funds. And that's the most positive thing to be able to do in order to say, well, you know what? Yeah, they qualify. They can maintain themselves without, if the government was to fall, they wouldn't fall because they're still maintaining themselves. That's what you got to do. And it takes a strong and powerful, locked in, understanding tribe to understand that. Those that don't understand will leave. Let them fucking go. Because you got it. You could start off with 5,000 people in a family tribe. You can literally start off. Let's even make this smaller to what you can start off with 2,500 people. Right? And a wise man told me this. Rodney Butler. He said you could start off with 1,000 people in your family tribe. All you need is 100. And I was like, he said, I got 80 people. I'm like, how the fuck you got 80 people and you got a big ass casino? Foxwoods. I'm like, how the fuck you got 80 people? He said, the solid ones will stick with you. Let all the other motherfuckers go. But you stand. You stand, and you stand strong. And that's what I've been doing. And that's what Wyatt's been doing. And we have patience. I don't have patience. It sucks. My patience sucks. I think the members have more patience than me. Foxwoods literally only have 80 tribal family members. I'm like, how the fuck I got more tribe members than you? He said, all you need is a good solid 100. Go look them up. They only have 80 members and they close their doors. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking, but we got solids in our nation. And that's what you should be building on. Move away from talking about other nations and races that are trying to make it in this world, in this life, because being that lives has a right to live a civil and humble life. Every being has a right. Okay. Our land that we stand on was overtaken how many years ago now? Seriously, a lot of years. Does this government owe us? Yes, they do. They owe us a whole lot. Has this government been unfair to us? Yes, they have. Have many corporations been unfair to us as a people, us that are civil? Yes, they have. Has the criminal justice system been disingenuous and unfair and unusual and cruel to our men? Yes, they have. This is so noted. But for a very long time, we have lacked positive, real support. And I'm tired. I understand this is a country that's built on Christianity, but we are not Christians. But that doesn't mean that we disrespect them. I believe there's a God. I do. But I just think we can move more freely without being overpowered by a religious leader. This is why I don't go to church, because I don't agree with everything that leader says. I need to be my own leader and be in a family tribe of people that agree with me, and we agree together. We're not a church. Some of us are churchy, but we don't let that get in the way of our real civil decisions. We don't. We all have families, we have husbands, we have wives, we have partners. You know, there's important things that we have to do as a tribe, and there's things that we want to do. We want to do more. But I'm limited to education. That's one of the biggest things in Wyatt is lecturing and educating you, not to indoctrinate you, unindoctrinate you. Real shit. I want to move into another part of this session because my ass ain't going. I owe y'all. We've been on for 2.5 hours. I promised that I would be on for at least 5 or 6 hours, and I'm gonna take it there. I ain't going nowhere. I don't care who's going live. I'm vibing with my community. I want to start something else, and it's kind of a fun thing. You know them Pam Boo Boos get on my damn nerves. They do. But I ain't gonna let them sweat me because they already lost, as far as I'm concerned. But we're gonna play a little game, and I want the audience to answer this. I think I got it up. Do I got it up? Yeah, I do. Or should I start here? No, I'm gonna do this first, and then I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do the game. Where is my little thingy? Now y'all know we done been through, you know, been in the world of. Oh yeah, I think this is millennials too. When I tell you them goddamn millennials, if like a civil war broke out, the millennials are definitely ready. These are little millennials, badasses, and alpha mixed in. They really are. They're a hot mess, y'all. But anyway, and it building. I think I want to end it by saying this. I think I don't like the fact that some of us seclude ourselves from our brothers and sisters that are indigenous literally indigenous to this continent. I don't like it. I don't. I think you open up more opportunity when you begin to understand and learn who the Aboriginals are of these lands in America. I know Haiti. There are Aboriginals to each of these areas, and that's a fact. I think people have a better outlook on us. Me as a chief, I'm sorry. As a chief, I'm going to establish relationships with the people of these lands. I'm not going to seclude myself because doing business with them strengthens our business. It does. We've been doing businesses with the people of these areas before before the damn Plymouth Rock land here. They might not have been named these particular names, but they were areas and renamed. Some of them weren't renamed. Some of them still have their actual indigenous name in these parts of America. And I'm sorry, but these are the people that we literally did trade with before anyone came here. Does everybody in the chat agree or disagree that we did business with the indigenous peoples in these areas? I'm hearing a beep. I don't know where it's coming from, but that sounds really weird. Oh, finally, somebody respond. Can't touch this. Does anybody agree that we did business with all the indigenous people of the Americas? And when I say the Americas, this is the whole Americas right here. All these different areas. The names might not be the same, but there were indigenous peoples in those areas. I got one person that agree. Do you agree, Isness?
Yes, I do.
Anybody else in the chat agree? And if you disagree, please tell me why. Oh, girly girl say, yeah. Lady Moon says agreed. 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 I agree too. So when I see what helps me not worry about what the news media is saying is understanding who's coming across the border. And a lot of them, if they're walking, a lot of them are probably indigenous people to the lands they came from. And I don't want to be mean to anybody. It doesn't benefit me or profit me. I much rather us reestablish and begin doing business with the people that our ancestors are accustomed to doing business with, all the Aborigines from all the different parts of this land. I'm going to have to. You never know. All these people are right here living in our United States right now. At least I can honestly say one or two of them are. Guess what? When you meet one person that's from one of these areas, that's your ticket and your connection to these areas. That one body is all you need to do positive business with. So I am just not into being rude. Some people, just like we have people in other races that are racist, so are people in ours. And I'm not being racist to the other Aboriginals, to the other lands, parts of America. I'm just not going to do it. Some of them are probably not Aboriginal. Oh, thank you, Rodney. You're so sweet. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Some of them are probably not Aboriginal to the land, but I want to reach out and learn who the Aboriginals are of these different parts of lands. Because the people are people did business with. And that's not how I'm sorry, that's not how Y is gonna run. We're not gonna run race. Nope, I'm only dealing with niggas in the north. Now you know what you know what happened when you only deal with niggas in on the mainland. It's a fucking hot mess. As far as I'm concerned, our tribe is together. We are a family of who we are now. And now I'm ready to learn about the other indigenous people and get myself more educated with the other indigenous people on these lands. That's how you learn history, from the other indigenous people on these lands. Some of them are not indigenous. Some of the people that live in these other parts of lands are not indigenous. Some of them are from other countries. I'm speaking about the indigenous people of these lands. I want to speak to an indigenous and Aboriginal Peru, an Aboriginal person from Panama, an Aboriginal person from Honduras. I already got Haiti on lock. I want to speak to an Aboriginal person from Brazil, an Aboriginal, a literal Aboriginal person from Canada, Aboriginal from Chile. I already know Aboriginals from Cuba. All these countries that are on this landmass, I want to establish a relationship with them because I'm going to learn more about history when I do. So I'm sorry, I'm not an ignorant and arrogant chief. I want to learn. So how do you learn? You open your heart up and your mind up. So a lot of people on YouTube won't agree with me, but hey, all I can say is, oh, well, we have to agree to disagree. But this is my heart. If I don't take it upon myself as chief to learn about the histories of other parts of our land and speak with the Aboriginal people of those lands, then I'm cheating myself out of my own history. And I want to learn it from them. I don't need no nigga from the mainland telling me about them, because I'm tired of the one-sided stories. I want to hear from them. And oftentimes their stories are very different from the arrogant, one-minded people in our community, because we got a lot of them like that. I like to meet people. And if they're indigenous, then they're our brothers and sisters. If they're Aboriginals, so I just wanted to say that. Rodney, thank you so much for the super sticker. Let's see. Let me take this down. Now let's take a break and play our little game. Do you want to take a lady break? We could start in 15 minutes because I want to play a game, and it's going to consist of the audience answering some real questions.
Sure, Sister Bethy.
Take a little break. All right, take a little break. I'll play one song, and then we're going to get right into this game, and it's going to be beneficial to all of us. And I'm going to need the participation from the audience to play this game. It's a game. It's a couple of questions that I got to ask you, and you got to be honest with yourself before you answer it and it comes out your mouth. Be honest. All right, so let me play something. y'all. Let's go. Sorry. Thank you, Isness, for that little break. Wipe my mouth out. Lord, girl, Willie brought home the worst thing ever.
What's that?
Girl, he got me a big ass bag of pistachio nuts.
Oh Lord. I can see you can't stop eating those things once you get started,
I can't wait to get off of this so that I can
right?
eat my pistachios. I'm sit right there in the bed, and I already had my shower and everything. So when I log off of here, I go and watch other people's channels. But to make it very real with you, sister, and like I said, I love you so much. You're the best co-host in the world. You and Straight Smoke. Quite a few other people I had up here too. But I have to keep it real with people where my mind is and my head is. And I'm just not into directing our people into trouble. I'm into directing our people and uplifting them because there's so much out there that we could do. And I do know for a fact that creativity is one of the jewels that our people have. And no one ever literally sits down and evaluate them. Instead, they look at their past. I ain't trying to look at nobody's past. I'm trying to tell you what you can do. And I'm trying to show you. And the hardest thing, my war is with people that are pulling our people away from the greatest opportunity that they can have. And you are in your own power. I'm trying to show them. I'm not fighting and for no government. I'm not fighting for no senator. I'm talking about doing what we were supposed to do. And we didn't because no one ever told us. And no one ever explained it to us. So what I do is I get our people in a Zoom and explain it to them in a manner in which they can understand it. I'm not trying to keep people, oh, you're trying to keep people to do this. Oh, you're trying to keep them. And this is no, I'm trying to get you to take opportunity that you never really did. And now there's just going to be what you're going to see because I have a lot of politicians and I'm keeping it very real that watch my channel. My colleagues from work, everybody watches my channel. And it's hundreds of them, some thousands. I say about 60 or 70 people from YouTube, literally within these communities, watch my channel. What you see now is literally the people that I publicly and politically affiliated with. And I still do to this day. Just because I'm not active in any of the political parties doesn't mean that they're not my colleagues. And I've always been very good at explaining to my people in a manner that they can understand it. I try to use as many different choice words as I can. But I'm at war, and the war that I'm at, it's not literally not with foreigners. It's with my own people. We have a great amount of our people that are fed up with the system, and we have a great amount that are trying to get our people to pull away from being an active part in their own lives. I'm not saying be an active part in taking care of somebody else. I'm saying be an active part of taking care of your own family like everybody else does when they come over here. But when you're redirected about the opportunities that you have here by negative people, you're at war. So my job is as chief is to pull as many people as I can to get them to understand the opportunities that they have. People get denied for grants and loans all over. You're only seeing what's done to you. Literally. People get denied for loans and grants all over. People get denied literally from contract bids in the state. And they're white people. One white contractor makes a bid to build a state building against another white contractor. I'm saying that because we don't have no black contractors that make bids to build skyscraper buildings. We don't have that. If we do, I've never seen them, or it's not that many. But I literally see one guy win, one guy lose. I can attest to that. It's public information. So people do get denied of winning bids. What we have to do is stop living in our boomer parents' disdain towards society, because our boomers went through a lot of shit. Literally. A lot of us live and were raised based on our parents' disdain towards society. Like, if your parent was born in 1931, you came up in the era where you sat on the back of the bus. Everything was separate. That's a horrible life to live. So this is my granny I'm talking about. So they raised us based on their disdain. But by the time X generation came, I have 3 times more opportunity than the boomer and the silent generation, which is my granny. And so I can't see society in a manner that they saw. I can't imagine getting on a city bus and having to go sit in the back. We have horrible attitudes as millennials. Like, who the fuck you talking to? No, you go sit in the back. We're ready to fight. Something they really didn't do back in them days. They went and sat in the back of the bus. So I can't. The reason why my heart goes out to them, because they went through something that I don't think I could have tolerated. So on that, with that being said, I'm feeding our generation and the generations before us positive things. I don't have anything negative to feed them. The best thing in the world I could tell them is to create their own businesses. Now, as an X generation, baby, I'm X generation. I'm after the boomers. Have I suffered discrimination? Yes, and I still do. But I tolerate it by ignoring it and finding other things to do to keep it out my mind. I deal with it. What I say on YouTube, I would never say at work. I'm very silent at work because I know my tongue will say shit that's just really fucked up. And they'll have security and everybody walking me out because I know me. So my best coping mechanism is to stay silent and say very little and just do a good job. Now, see, my daughter, she's born the generation after me. That's the millennials. They see society a whole different way than we do. They're and the generation after them, which is even scarier because they have way more of an opportunity than we had. It started in the millennial. It started with the millennials. The millennials got an opportunity to socialize with people from other countries. And now the alpha generation, which is walking around here now, they speak to people all over the world. They play games with them and everything. And they see life differently than we do. So there's healing. The healing is coming. And it's happening in our future generations. They're able to socialize. We were so confined to our hoods. I grow up as a kid in the 70s and I didn't know what life was like outside the hood. That's all I knew till I got out myself. So now that I'm out, I've been out the hood a very long time. I have not lived in the hood since I was 23. And I found a lot of peace on the outside raising my daughter because I was able to focus and study and learn things I never learned. So now I've mastered a lot of the things that I've learned. So now I'm really ready to give back to my community. And that's why, as chief, education and lecturing is what I do. But it's only going to work if the person's serious about wanting to do something, you know? So I say this, you guys, there's always a better way to do things. You don't always have to think negatively. If you're hearing negative stuff, sometimes our people hear so much negativity that they don't even know that it's negative. And they hear the same thing over and over and over again to the point where they don't even know how to let it go. We waste so much time in YouTube. But me being in YouTube, I want to make a difference. I like being in YouTube. I do. I love being in YouTube. And I love watching the other channels, being in the chat. But I also like to take YouTube and Zoom and teach because I can't spend another day not sharing with my people what they need to know. It helps them change their mindset about a lot of things. I'm a lot older than a lot of people in YouTube. I looked at my analytics and it tells me that I'm dealing with age 35 to 65. That's my strongest audience. And I'm like, wow. So I got a little bit of all of it. And I want to make the best of it. And lecturing has always been my strong point. And working in the community, period, has always been one of my strongest points and best gifts because I get to deal with my people now instead of canvassing in rich white neighborhoods where I know no one and I knock on their door and say, hey, are you going to vote for such and such? And here's why you should vote for him. I'm tired of that. I want to, now that I know I could do this and this is something that's been kept from us and I know the process and I know that I could teach it and say it and explain it in a manner where our people can understand it. This is why I'm dragging you in Zoom, where we could talk about it and learn about it. And I want you to learn. I don't want you to keep turning your nose up. Because if my thing is, okay, if someone's getting ready to create a government or going to create a government, let them create that government. But in the meantime, could you do something to back your ass up? And then you got all these great skills to bring and go under that government. That's what I'm saying. Because that's fine. I don't knock you if you want to build another government or another state or another municipality and be your own. That's the most beautiful thing in the world. But what is it if you don't have great skills to bring to your government? So my lecturing classes is that very thing that's going to help you be very a complete asset to the new government that you want to bring skill to. So if you want to learn how to establish family tribe so that you can be active in the community, you can begin being a part of, fixing things up and helping your people for the things that they're being neglected of, like homelessness, drug addiction, not eating healthy foods. You can start the family tribes so that you could provide that specialized help for our community, because it's not up to people from other countries to help us. We have to help ourselves like everybody else is. And until you've been rejected and denied by this government with your civilized program, then There's a plan A, B, C, and D for that. This is only the beginning teachings, but you got to be rejected. I don't think you're going to have a problem. I really don't. You got to stop going by what you hear. You got to stay away from negative people that, you know, just spoil your world. You do. Mm. So let's play our game, y'all. Because now we're going into, I want to know, because I'm going to write the answers down. So I'm going to have to do a share screen because I want to write down these answers. And y'all better not be lying neither. I swear y'all better not be lying. Share screen. Here it is. Y'all ready? Because I could see y'all. And I ain't playing, don't lie. This game is Who Are You? It's a simple game. Now, I'm going to write down all the answers I can that I get from the chat. I need everybody to participate by answering. Who named you at birth? Who gave you your name? Because not everybody mama named them. Like my grandmother named my sister Bunny. My mother didn't name my daughter. My grandmother did. Her name is Bonita. So, who named me at birth? Mom. Who named it? Oh, Straight Moke said dad or father. Help me out with the answers, Isness. Up, Open Knowledge says auntie.
Okay.
Girl says mom. Anybody else?
I
There's
see
more.
mother.
Yep. Girly girls. Oh, Lady Moon said mom.
And Akeem said mother.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Um,
4 said
um, don't said father and
okay.
grandfather. And then
Father
KP said mother and father.
Mom and dad.
And Bad Saint said my mother.
And grandmother. So mom and grandmother. Okay, mom and
Grandmother, yes.
grandma.
Yes.
Grandma. Okay, that's good for now. Jeremiah, who named you? Don't do it, said father. Got that. All right. Cool. My next question is, did your parents/grandparents ever tell you what race you are?
Yeah.
Oh, how many? Okay, one for yes. My parents never told me what my race was.
My mother did.
They, my grandmother said that we was Indians. She said that. She never told us
Yeah, well, that's it.
that. I mean, did they ever tell you that you were black,
No.
or did they say that you were African?
No. They told me I was Indian, but my mother told me I was Indian, and she specifically told me I wasn't black and African.
Okay, so I guess the way I'm gonna answer this is, we got a lot of Straight Smoke said yes. Your family told you what race you were, Straight Smoke. What race did they tell you were?
You have to exclude Indian if you want to. Maybe that will help you with your question. Did they tell you were something besides Indian? Because
No, they didn't. They didn't tell me like they didn't tell me I was black or African. They never ever told me that. Nope. So everybody's saying no. So we got all no's. They never told you what your race was. So all no's. All right. How did you learn what your race is? How did you learn? Everybody told they told you no, but everybody said, but you were
Well, Indian
told
is a race. That's a copper
that
color
you
race.
were Indian. Right. But like they didn't tell us what our race was, but
No.
they said my mama was Indian or my daddy and mama was Indians. They never
Okay.
said that's what most parents said
Okay. Okay, I got you.
because we didn't even use that terminology word race. We didn't use it. They didn't use it. What's your race? Back in those days in the house, they never told us that we was Africans. They said my dad, it was either my dad and mama was Indian. That was
Right.
it.
Right.
Now, how did you learn what your race is? I'm going to keep it a buck. I learned from other people that look like me, said that we was black and proud, and that's where I learned that from. I learned it from the community. Um, we was black and we was proud. That's where I learned we was black from. I never learned it in my home. Out in the community, brothers was wearing, afros and stuff and saying that we was black, and then you would hear it in the news. Early in the 70s, the news didn't describe us as African Americans when I was little. In the news, they said a black man or a black lady. They never said African American in the news. They never used that back in the 70s. In school,
Yeah, I don't even remember it in
uh,
school.
yeah, in school, it was never used. They never said, oh, uh, she's a little, they said she was a little black girl or never African. Um, on the news, like if they did a report on the news, it say two black men were running in. It was never um uh, um African, or there was an African man running in the store and robbed the liquor store. They said a black man. Um when my mother was little, they were calling them Negroes. Now you're talking in the 40s. They heard there was the Negroes are doing this, the Negroes are doing
Right.
that. Never African mentioned.
I don't even
Isn't
like
that isn't that interesting?
I don't even remember none of that being told. Like even in school, like that neighborhood that I was telling you that I had moved there as a young person, and I remember told that I wasn't acting black because I read a lot, right? And that was the first time that my blackness was even like discussed or questioned or anything like that, because we kind of were just people. Like everywhere, nobody was sitting around talking about black and teachers, and nobody did that. Nobody in my house was talking about black, nothing.
Yeah, even like on the news, like I could remember the news coming on back in the 70s and even in the 80s, the early 80s, like high school. They didn't say, like when in 1980, they never said an African American man. I never heard that in the news. It was a black man. There were two black men. They never said African, even when I was little. And when my mother and them were little, I remember hearing this in the news. I even heard Martin Luther King say it. He said, Negroes, Negroes. One man that was in a nursing home had tunnel vision. He was old, elderly, but he liked to talk. He was nice. And he came up to me and he said, now, he came all the way this close to my face. I was an administrative assistant in a nursing home back in like 1980. And he said, now, are you colored? And I'm like, wow. I just start laughing. And I said, yes, I am. He said, okay. So he wanted to talk. He was elderly and he was in a nursing home. He was cute. And he had these like really thick glasses. But I knew something, he had tunnel vision. And he came all the way up to me and said, are you a colored? Because he loved to sit and talk to me. But he never asked me my race. And I said, I just told him yes. But that was in 84 or 85. And still no word of African. So that I find to be very interesting, to make a long story short.
What Girly Girl said is right. To be called African, that was an insult. For real, for real. You weren't like, what? You calling me African? Not because, in case anybody's really sensitive out there, not because people had a problem with Africa. It was just, that's just what you weren't. You weren't African.
Calling someone the black, literally
Black was an insult.
In a mean way, it was an insult. And being called African was an insult because we knew we weren't African. And I remember, I swear I remember this like yesterday. And when we watched that movie, mommy and granny would conversate. And I was just a little girl. I was in 6th grade. And she said, they saying that those are your ancestors, baby. Because my mother called me baby. And I said, no, they're not. I was little. And, we literally didn't know. And Jabari was furious when I said this, but I'm so fucking serious, Jabari. If there was a shed of light in our home upcoming, we would have known if we came from that place, but we didn't. We were literally told who we were. Indian. That was it. But we didn't hear it in school. Well, perhaps because we weren't permitted to put that down. Okay, so I can say other people in the community, pretty much. That's where I learned about race, saying black. And on the news, that's pretty much all of us. We hear, when they describe us, it was a black guy. Even on, listen, y'all, this is some real shit. Even when you're pulled over by the police, their selection, when they gave you a description, they had to say black man. There was no African on there. It said black man. It was just black, white, or Chinese, or at my time, it said Oriental. But when the police check off, you look at the old police record, old police thing. If you pull it up, it didn't have African on it. It had black, nothing to do with African. It didn't even have Indian on it. You was either black, white, or Oriental when I was little.
Unless, like Straight Smoke
Interesting.
said, you were an African.
Yeah, but they didn't have that. They never had that as a listing. Because remember, there wasn't a lot of Africans over here either.
Right. Right.
And you know what? I keep letting my thing down.
The only
It
African that I
it
saw was like Eddie Murphy coming to America. That probably was the first time, we were introduced to that. But there wasn't a lot of people running around African.
I know they had movies that we watched that we liked to watch as children. And it was Planet of the Apes. And my mother said, that's who they trying to say you came from, baby. She would tease me. And I would cry. I'm like, I didn't come from no monkey. But we liked the movie because they were monkeys that talked. And my grandmother, her attitude, I mean, being born in 1931, she would say some really heavy stuff out her mouth about how she felt about the Planet of the Apes and who they look like and all this stuff. And I just will not repeat it today. I'm just not going to be Dot Hanks today. I'm not going to do it. But as children, we liked watching Planet of the Apes because they were talking. What are they? Gorillas? Apes. Talking apes. And they fought. So at that time, we still didn't hear about Africans. Now we saw them on commercials. Damn, it's 1,000 people up in here. We saw the hungry children on the commercial, the same commercial with the bug crawling on their face. Third world countries, period. There was always a kid, whether it was someone from one of those third world countries, there was always a bug crawling on the kid's face, whether it was an African or some other third world country kid that looked kind of like Puerto Rican-ish, like mixed. They always had a bug crawling on their damn face. But still, like, no connection of Africa. But anyway, let me move on with my questions, my little game. So we learned about being black in our community and the news. It was a black man because we knew the difference between a black man and a white man. And we knew Puerto Ricans. For real. But back then, they called them Latinos when I was little. And then as I got older, they called them Puerto Ricans. We lived in the hoods. Interesting. But Puerto Ricans knew that they were Tainos, Indians. But their preference of word was Puerto Rican. I'm Puerto Rican. I'm Puerto Rican. No, I'm not Spanish. I'm Puerto Rican. I remember that as a kid. I do. Okay. Now this is for everybody in the audience. Did your parents or your grandparents ever tell you that your ancestors came to America on a slave ship?
No.
I'm a smack Straight Smoke. Look at a big nose he put. He wrote it like 2 times. No, we never heard that story. Because that would be, you're now talking about my third generation great grandmother. She never came here on a slave ship. And grandfather, everybody's saying no. No. I'm hearing everybody saying no. So all no's. I'll just put no's. I don't see anybody in the chat saying yes yet. Nope. Everybody's saying no. Nada. Bad say nope. Nope. Okay. That's an easy one. Did your parents / family ever have like discussions or tell you that your ancestors were slaves to white people?
No.
No. Did y'all come on now? We're on the one that did your parents or family ever tell you that your ancestors were slaves to white people? I've never heard of that story being spoken about in my family. I mean, I would have known. My granny, born in 1931, would have told us, but they never spoke at our dinner table or at any family functions about us having great grannies that were slaves to white people. This is not being racist. We're just talking about family talk.
Your family, like what happened? Because this is a
Yeah.
narrative that's told to us. And so it's really interesting to ask, okay, so they're telling you that you were a slave. So what does your family say about it? Did they ever tell you that you
Nope.
were a
Everybody's
slave to
saying
white
no.
people?
Yep.
And you're
Everybody's
not.
saying no. They never talked about it. It was never conversation. And you know what? This relieves a lot of white people because, like I said, a lot of my colleagues, they say, look, my family came here in 1900. Slavery was over. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't own no slaves. And I agree with them. They're keeping it a buck. Okay.
Well, a lot of people weren't here
Right.
back in them
A lot of us
days.
say, I was not here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they
But
weren't even
no,
here.
but I had some white people that said my family came here in like 1860, 1870, but we didn't own slaves. We were poor. And they were poor and they came. Yeah. So this is why I said, these agents are doing a fucking job on us. But we ain't gonna let them win. They'll never win. Okay. If your parents' family ever told you that they were slaves on a white person's plantation, how did your family come into contact with the white person? Have your family ever told you that they worked on a white person's plantation? I'm going to say no, because no one never said that. They said no, no, no. Everybody's saying no. Nah. All right. This is great. I say this because this is something to really, really think about. I'm going to save this. This is a little game. Stop sharing. Let me bring this down. Now, I took you to that. I took you through that questionnaire for a reason. And this is real shit. You do not have proof. You can't answer none of them questions. You can answer all those questions. Your granny born in the 1930s. You better believe she knows who her great grandma is.
Right.
Her mom was probably born in the 1920s, and her great grandma, now we hit in the 1800s. They would know. So guess what? None of you have proof that you are African and that you came from Africa. None of you have proof. You don't have proof. So if you're saying you said no, literally to all the questions, except one question that they tell you was Indian. None of you have proof that you came from Africa. Now, because your family never told you. Guess what? Guess what? Your family never, ever told you you came from Africa or you was a slave. You know what that means, right? You heard it from somebody else. Somebody else told you you came from Africa. So when you're listening to Pam Boo Boos, they're telling you you're from Africa, not your mama. That's why I asked all y'all asses. I tricked all y'all. You ain't had that conversation in your house. So ain't nobody running around telling you that your ass is African, but people outside your damn family dinner table. And guess what that means? It means that you're being told that you're African.
I saw.
Outside Granny's dinner table, you're being told by people that you don't know and that ain't been at your damn dinner table that you're African.
Right.
Anybody outside of your family is telling you that you're African. If they
People
didn't sit at
outside
your
of your
dinner table,
people outside of your family are telling you who you are, and you're supposed to listen to that person, not your grandmama and them.
that's it. If somebody comes up to you and say, hey, you're African American, take a DNA test, that's when you should kick that person in their nuts. That's disrespectful to you. That is the most disrespectful thing a person can do to you.
You know what? I had a conversation with somebody, and this was a white person, and I said, and I was explaining how we're not African. And I said, that's like, and this particular white person is not, let's say, Russian, right? So I said, that's like somebody saying that your ancestors came to America as Slavic Russian slaves, right? And the person started turning red and they started getting all upset. And they felt like it was insulting for me to even hypothetically say that they are a descendant of a Russian slave. So how is it not offensive to us for somebody to put this African story on us?
Facts.
You know, if they came here in from Ireland in 1920, and I'm here telling them that they came from as a Russian slave, they were kind of upset, you know. So why aren't we so more upset about that?
Facts. Because I go to elderly people. I do. I love talking to elderly people of all races. I think the funniest ones are, well, they're both funny. Older white people and older people that look like us, Indians. And when you're talking, and people who I've did genealogy for are in this chat. And they can attest to the look on their elders' face. Because I try to trick them. I love doing this to elderly people, especially elderly people that look like us. I start off with saying, now, when you came from Africa on a slave ship, and what plantation did they bring your family to? Now, where did they buy your family? And they're looking. They be ready. Their look on their face is priceless because they don't know what the fuck you talking about. They be like, I ain't come on no. My daddy, they be getting ready to go off. We had a farm and chickens and stuff. We ain't come on no slave. I try to trick them just to see if I can get an African story out of them. You ain't getting one. You're not getting one. They're in shock because how dare me? That's very rude, first of all, for me to say. And that's how I start them off in genealogy. I'm like, okay, let's start off with your oldest African ancestor. Which one of your ancestors came here in, like, the 1800s or the 16? Do you remember their name when they came here? I always do this to old people. I love doing it. I think it's priceless. And I be recording this shit too when I'm doing the genealogy because I like to look on their face. It's just like, I laugh, but I apologize later because we laugh about it. And I was like, ma'am, I am just playing with you. They say, oh. And to do that to somebody from the South, it's just like humiliating for them. But that's my confirmation of, okay, this lady is serious. She really doesn't have a slave story. She's 80 years old and she doesn't have a slave story. She has a farm story. She has chickens. She's talking about things that they pulled and grew in the ground. She's talking about an outhouse and going to fetch water at a well or all this stuff on their own land. And their daddy, it was their great granddaddy. So if they're their great granddaddy and stuff, I'm like, okay, this lady doesn't. And then when you say, well, was you Indian? Yeah, we was Creeks. And they be serious with that shit too. And it just, it totally amazes me. Yes, from Georgia, we was Creeks. And they really put emphasis. I think elderly people say the Indian names better than we do because I have such a northern accent. But when you hear a southern person say, shit, yeah, we Creeks, they say it better because they know who they are. And I've done that. I do that. My daddy was Cherokee. My mom, she was Creek. And I was like, wow. They won't say it unless you ask them. You don't say, well, what kind of Indian? Well, we was Creeks. So that says a lot to me, a whole lot. And it also relieves a lot. That's why I said you need to sit down and talk to your elderly because they're gonna tell you. They're gonna tell you, and they're gonna tell you the truth. Some ain't right. When they did that damn Indian Removal Act, and I still have that in the notes. Those that didn't go, those that remain, will become citizens of the states they reside in. That shit is real. And so when they went around and did the census, you were no longer who you were. You became black on the census sheet. That's where that shit comes from. Prior to that, you were Cherokee. You were Creek. You were this. You were that. Indian. You wasn't no black. You wasn't. If you were Creek, you were on the reservation. You could be Creek on the reservation. In the United States, 50 states, you could not be Creek. You had to be who they put you on the census. That was when you lost your racial identity. And that's a fact.
Right.
So now I want to look at this because this right here blows my mind in 1835 every time I read it. Well, first, this is the funny shit. a quadroon, a person who is 1/4 black by descent. All right. Then when you read this shit, it's really mind-boggling. Quadroon means, and this is the superintendent of for the Cherokee Nation. This document presents items of information regarding the Cherokee families residing in Tennessee prior to the Indian removals. It includes the names of heads of families only, the number of persons in each family, degree of blood, education, occupation, and family possessions. This shit is very real. Attention is called to the use of certain terms. For spinster means spinner, one who spins. That has to do with cotton. Quadroon means 1/4 Indian blood and does not refer to Negro descent. Okay? 1/4 Indian blood and does not refer to Negro descent. That's the person who they made the Indian. You got nigger blood, but not enough to be called a Negro. Do y'all understand this shit? You look more white. That's a fact. That's exactly what that means. 1/4 Indian blood. It does not refer to Negro descent. Meaning, you're an Indian, you look more white. So, you're not considered a Negro. And we know what a quadroon is. Negro blood is indicated under the head of Negroes or mixed Negroes. Yo, make that make sense. Negro blood is indicated under the head of Negroes or mixed Negroes. Because you have your mulattoes who are mixed Negroes. And slaves were possibly Negroes. Now, you either a slave or you not. Possibly. How the fuck you a superintendent giving a report to the government and you're saying slaves were possibly Negroes? But the families were Indians of the Cherokee tribe. I just, y'all, you can't make this. You can't make this shit up. I can't. Negro blood is indicated under the head of Negroes or mixed Negroes. That means you're a mulatto and they can see them Negro features in you. So you're a mixed Negro. And slaves were possibly Negroes. You was either a Negro or you wasn't. But the families, but the families were Indians of the Cherokee tribe. You know what? I can't stomach this shit. They told the damn truth and a lie in a damn paragraph. A truth and they mixed Negroes, but the families were Indians of the Cherokee tribe. Finally, they tell you the Negroes are Indian but the families, were Indians of Cherokee tribe. They were Indians of the Cherokee tribe, though. The Negroes. The families were Indians of the Cherokee tribe. How come they didn't say the families were Africans of the Cherokee tribe? Because they the fucking Indians. I keep telling you, Granny know what the hell she's talking about. Pan boo boo. Ever let no pan boo boo. Never, ever, ever let no pan boo boo come and tell you who the hell you are. Negro blood is indicated under the head of Negroes or mixed Negroes. The fuck is a mixed Negro? A mulatto, black and white person. And slaves were possibly Negro. They was possibly Negroes. But the families were Indians of the Cherokee tribe. You just want to hide that Negro. You want to hide the fact where the Indian, the one with the white features, got that blood from. You can't hide it. I mean, you told the truth, and they told the truth and a lie in one goddamn paragraph. Well, they started off, and then they said, "Well, but but the families were Indians. Yeah, you know damn well they're Negroes is Indians." I can't with this. My little instance left, but she stayed with me as long as she could. And then you get to this. Now this is in 1835, right? That's in 1835. Then you get to 1890 and shit. And y'all notice that the Negroes are frequently met who speak nothing but Indian languages. Why is the Negroes only speaking like Indian? And we're going to get into that Indian language tomorrow. That's when I'm going to go live tomorrow. We're going to get into Indian languages tomorrow. But I'm really hope that, folks begin to start saying, well, you know what? I should give it a try. I'm Indian. I'm Aboriginal. Perhaps I need to be a part of my community. No one's representing my community. What am I waiting for? I talk shit all day on YouTube, but not one stepped up to be a representative of my community. And I know they're struggling and need this help, this representation that they just lacked for so many years. We lack the representations because we haven't stood up. You have to put yourself in a position to be a representative or a spokesperson and establishing your family tribes. When you're chief, sweetheart, you're president and CEO, you now have a right to speak on behalf of your family tribe and represent. You're not just little doodle butt Joe with no title. What have you done to establish yourself to be able to be representative of your tribe? You become, when you establish, you're the president and CEO, you have a right to speak before Congress and legislators because you're a representative of the big butt tribe of big butts. How about that? Representative of the tribe of big butts. You have to put yourself in a representative position and be a great resource for the community. But this is what we learn about in level 2 and level 3 training. It makes sense. It begins to make sense to you. And then you begin to exercise the things that you already knew. You just didn't know how to go about or didn't have the gifts to say, well, damn, I'm doing that already. A lot of this stuff you're already doing, you just don't even know it. So I think the healing begins in level 2 of creating the family tribe. The healing begins in level 2, the internal healing. So I hope you're able to attend these classes, and you'll find that the more you're involved in your tribe, your individual tribe, the less thoughts that you'll have about other races of people and the great things they're doing. You become less interested and focusing on your own personal damn business. People come here for opportunity, and they do the necessary things to gain that opportunity. So we have to do it. I think I'm going to open up the panel for about 30 minutes, you guys, and then I'm going to get the heck out of here because tomorrow I really want to get into the Indian languages because we need to check that shit at the door. Indian languages. For real, for real. You need to go on our website and register to be if you're going to start coming to the lecturings. Um I'm going to open the panel for a little bit, about 30 minutes, and see what your thoughts are on today's segment. I really need to hear from you because I never once let you up to talk about the worrying about the border and what we must do in our community. I want to hear your feedback, whether it's good or bad. I mean, I want to hear. I want to give you a chance. If not, if you're not going to come up, I'm going to log off and go relax. But I'll play a song and wait for you to come up. I really would like to hear your thoughts on today's segment. It helps me get better. Hey there, brother Straight Smoke. Let me correct this little guy that doesn't know any better. Time after time, you have to help him out. He is a millennial, so you got to help him out a bit. Let me pull this up so he can understand who the mix. Yes, you're right when they write mixed Negro, but you got to know who they're mixed with, honey. So let me show you. They don't know no better. We got to help them. They're a different set. Okay, right here. Here's where he's reading mixed Negroes. You got to know who the Negroes is mixed with when you say the Indian. Now, this is the same superintendent, Shea Sun. All right. All right, we're gonna read it. Now we're gonna show you who they made the Indian. All right, by blood. Okay. white in color and features. Under the laws of the five tribes or nations of the Indian Territory, a person white in color and features is frequently an Indian, being so by remote degree of blood or by adoption. Now, on this reservation, there's only Negroes and white people. They took the title from the Negro and made the white person the Indian and the other person the Negro. All right? That's very clear. That's all that's on this reservation. There's no other race of people. They're telling you who the Indian is. It's a white person in color. So when you get mixed Negroes, that's just a mulatto. They're mixed with what? They're mixed with the white people. So they're the mulattoes. Now that Indian is a octoroon and quadroon. Those are who they made the Indians. The ones that look more white. So that's what you got to understand. A serious difficulty was met to the answer to are you an Indian? Under the laws of the five tribes or nations of the Indian Territory, a person white in color and features. That's all they're saying. White in color and features. That's a white person. Could be an Irish person, looking person. It could be any kind of looking white person. It's frequently an Indian, being so by remote degree of blood or by adoption. Either they got adopted in or by a remote degree of blood. Remote means a distance away. And in order to be a distance away to look white, it has to be an ancestor from an earlier time that didn't wipe out your white features. That's what that is, remote degree of blood. There's only two races of people on this reservations, whites and Negroes. And the Negroes are the Indians by tribal law and custom. That's just the law. It's the law.
Sometimes
Now,
things be too hard for people to digest. That's all.
right, and that's later on. This is in 1860. This is after. This is just before the Indian Removal Act. Quadroon, 1/4 Indian blood and does not refer to Negro descent. So if you look more white and you have those features, more white in features and color, you are an Indian. And they can't call you a Negro because you got more of your white features. Negro blood is indicated under the head of Negroes or mixed Negroes. Now, if you got mixed Negroes and you have a baby with the person with the white features, that's a mulatto baby.
All day.
It's a mulatto. Not enough to be called an Indian. Sorry, you're a mulatto. You're not an Indian. The person with the white features that have the more white features that stole the blood. The person with the 1/4 Indian blood does not refer to Negro descent. You know what 1/4 mean? It's 1/4. One person out of four people is a nigger. That's what that is. One person, a quadroon, means that one out of four people, one of them is a Negro. That's exactly what that means. If you go 1/8, that's one Negro out of 8 white people. It took the Negro to make him an Indian. And that's it. It's over. I'm not gonna keep going in circles with y'all. That's before the Indian Removal Act. This is after 1835, 1890. Same shit. Same superintendent. So that's that. So we can ignore him because at this point he's just a distraction. And I feel very bad for them. I do, I really do. But so what are your thoughts today?
Well, when I first seen you come on, I was out in the street doing business, and
Yeah.
from that point, I was in and out, in and out. So by the time I finally made it home and sit down and get my laptop up and running and everything, put the system together, and that's when you see me chime in so heavily, you know, because I want to make this point because you brought up a very interesting point, and I think it went over a lot of people's heads. If you had African descendants of any type, you would have that culture in your house to this
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
You would
Correct.
you would already know all of this
Yeah, we don't
because
I don't really know African
your
culture. The
grandparents
only thing
or
I
your
know is that
grandparents would have already instilled that in your family makeup.
yeah, they would have. I know that they play the bongos and they dance, but that's pretty much all I know. And their culture is not like ours. Or their dancing is not like ours.
No,
I, I, their food is not like ours.
nope.
We don't do anything culturally like them. We do a lot of things like Indians because that's who we are.
And the
And
biggest, I'm glad you brought that up because that
and
is the
that's not
biggest
to be
difference right
mean to
there.
African. I just don't know their culture. It's
Their diet. That's the
yeah, their
biggest
diet.
thing. Their diet is the biggest thing right there.
Mm,
That's the whole thing right there in a nutshell. That's how you know the difference between an African
hmm.
and an American. It's their diet.
That's true
It's not.
too.
It's not. I get the whole culture part. Everybody wants to look at culture, but I'm looking at the way people eat.
Mm,
You understand what I mean? Because
yes, yeah,
that
their foods. I don't even know the name of like of their foods. If I
stuff
had,
smell disgusting. That stuff
well,
smells
I don't
disgusting.
want to talk. I don't want to talk about them, but
Right. I
or
just
say
wanted to
anything
bring that to
bad
the
about them.
forefront.
But I just don't know them in that manner. Their culture, like I know they go to like Christian churches. Some of them are Muslims. Um, I don't know about them. I don't need to learn about them because they're not my culture. They're not my people. I mean, I get. I think I could honestly say that I get furious when someone just looks at our skin color and say, "Oh, we're having something for Africa." I think that's very arrogant because to me that says, "Oh, all the brown people are from Africa," and I'm like, "I'm from here. I'm American Indian. I don't." Even before I even started saying I'm American Indian, going hard and on it, straight smoke. I never said I was African. And I knew,
You
you
know,
know,
it kills me that people would try to shame or come at you or any or me or anyone else that just wants to identify themselves with their actual history. I mean, what is the big problem? Honestly,
right.
what is the big problem? If you don't
Yeah.
like what's being said, move around.
Yeah. I don't know why they frequent our channels. I I don't know either. I mean, and to be very honest, I don't know Shay Sun. I don't know Kemet TV. And I think that's even rude to come to me and say, I'm like, you don't even know me. How can you tell me that I'm African? No.
Good
Now,
luck.
what I do know is that yesterday we weren't allowed to say we were Indian. Today we can. They have to let us today. They have no choice because you're letting men be women and say they're women, and women be men and say they're men. So now we should be able to say who we are. We should not have to hide anymore. I knew it was a thing that was hidden because you got hung and beat if you did reveal and say who you were. That our grannies did tell us. But today's different. We don't have to hide anymore. You know?
I
So
understand. This stuff is just simply hilarious. You know
yeah,
what? I mean, at this point, like I told OTK, there's no. I'm not arguing with these folks no more. There's no
yeah.
point.
It's no point. We
It's
don't
no
have
point.
to.
It's no point.
You
I'm not
know.
even giving no
See,
rec.
they're a group of people that we don't know. So we could literally just like not pay them any mind.
Yep, yep. I'm not being distracted in 2024.
Yeah.
I have a purpose and I have a mission. Both of those things will be accomplished.
Right.
So yeah, that's why I said what I said because that
I
dictates. Yeah.
I'm
It's,
not ashamed of who I am. I
nope.
mean, I think for the most part, a lot of white people think that we're ashamed to say that we're Indians only because of what happened to us. Our lands were taken over by foreigners, and our ancestors were enslaved and put in different parts of the Americas to get us away. For, you know, I'm not ashamed. But the best feeling is in the world is that we can now honestly say who we are and not be threatened. You know what I mean? We don't have to worry about being hung in trees and burned out of our homes. Like
Mm-hmm.
what our ancestors went through if they said these things. But when you get millennial babies coming in here, you can just ignore them. They don't know any better. They're out there and they're misled. So we,
Best of luck to them.
the beautiful thing about why we have a lot of government records that secures our identity and who we are. And I'm so confident because my mom, you know, my family can attest to the documents. So that's what really helped a lot of us, you know? So yeah,
Oh my God! That's why I said all I can do is laugh because now at this point, I see what it is.
yeah.
You can
It's
clearly see what this is. So I
yeah,
can just laugh now because
yeah, you
now
can laugh. We
I
have
get
too many federal documents, and a lot of people, from other cultures shared documents with us. They
right.
gave to hear whether they were white, whether they, eh, you know, whether they
Oh,
were white, whether they were Asian, they gave Wyatt great documents to cherish because there are people out there that just simply care and know the truth. I've had white people tell me, oh, I'm just totally against what they did to you Indians, to the Indians. She's talking about us. And I said, it's okay. It's a long time. I didn't experience it. That's how I respond because it's the truth. I'm not ashamed.
I got a picture
So,
that I'm gonna send you from 1901 here in Kentucky. I think
mm,
you're gonna really like this.
oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. While everybody want to keep talking, just pay attention. You might learn you
There it is.
something.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's just my thing now. In YouTube, I had that great week off. I tell you, I rest. I literally rest. I would peek in and out of different chats. Like I go to Abs. Um, I'll go to Chief Holiday. Empress Hope haven't been live. She's been not too well. She ain't been feeling good. Um, I go to Top Cats. I just listen in the chat and talk. I don't need to be on no panels because I really literally like listening to um our brothers, the ones who I've been listening to.
Right.
A1 was on the other day. He might not know it, but I was laying there in the bed watching him, while I was relaxing. I
Mm-hmm.
watch Dane every time he come on. I'm right there. I'm still blocked, but me and Willie still be right there. Willie ain't blocked, but I'm blocked. But I still be right there watching. I enjoyed the segments.
Yeah.
So whoever's on live, I get myself comfortable. Like now, I'm gonna go and get my good old pistachios and eat them, and watch somebody's live, brother. Because I've been on for 4 hours now, and I think
About that
I
time.
deserve to get off of here, y'all. I love y'all so much.
Thank you, Sister Bethy.
Yeah,
For
throw
real.
up some fire, y'all.
Thank you.
Hi, Akeem, St. Louis. Oh, St. Louis, you had accidentally got blocked. So that's why I gave you a wrench, because it was by accident that you got blocked and you had left, you never came back. So I wanted you to know that it was an accident, because he felt so bad that he blocked you. And said, I was trying to block Rob Noxious and accidentally blocked St. Louis. So now you got a wrench, so you won't get blocked by accident. I appreciate you too, Lady Moon. I love you so much, sis.
Right.
Hey, Bright Mo. I love you too, bro. You came a little late. He's laughing. Kahi, thanks. Y'all, I love y'all, man. Y'all spent 4 hours with me today up in here. And that says a whole lot. Angela Bryant, how you doing? Can't touch this. I see all y'all, remember. And everybody on live, damn, they spent 4 hours with me, and that says a whole lot. It says a whole lot, and it means a whole lot to me. But tomorrow we gonna have fun talking about the Indian languages. That's gonna be fun. That's a project. That's gonna be fun, and you're gonna literally learn what happened to our language. And I got white colleagues that know this shit, because they're, I ain't even gonna spill the beans. And they noticed, and we was talking about it, and they're gonna be like, holy shit, we have these great conversations. That's why I said, we really need to communicate with everybody. I've never been one to shun myself to one race of people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Straight Smoke. I love my people, but I'm not.
You ain't got to explain it.
I'm not,
because I'm not closed-minded either.
Hoovering myself to a bunch of Negroes.
I'm not closed-minded either. No.
I got to be open and flexible with all races. I do.
Yeah,
that's
because
me.
They know some things you might not know.
Yeah, but it's great. It's great dialogue and great conversation, and you learn a lot. I've never been a racist person. I hate racist people. I just can't stand them. Correct. I still do the same thing from when I was a little girl. When somebody's racist, I spit. I do. That's just my superstition. I do. I'm culturally, I'm just multicultural like that. And I've always been that way since I was a little girl. And ain't no Negro and no white person going to change me from being who I am. I socialize with everybody. Right. One of my best girlfriends, one of them, is Italian. And I'm telling you, when I was going through it with my husband, she was right there. I would like pack my clothes Friday. I'm serious. And go to Avon. She lived in Avon Mountain. It's a part of Connecticut, Avon. I would pack and go stay with her for the whole weekend. We have a fucking bar.
Right.
That's when, I knew I was at the end of my marriage, before he died and stuff. And I needed to fucking get away. So I would pack on Friday. I would not come home from work Friday. I'd be gone.
Straight from work.
And we did shit we wasn't supposed to do. And she was already ready for retirement. But I was her buddy. I met all her kids. Next thing I knew, this chick had my ass somewhere up in Golden Pond in New Hampshire. Remember the movie Golden Pond?
Mm-hmm. What you doing?
When she would jump in, where the scene where She made him jump in the water and find her fish, Charlie, who
Mm.
was literally on Golden Pond. And I met the woman that owns it, that owns
Really?
Golden Pond. Yes.
Wow.
She told me to come back. And we stayed there for 7 days. Beautiful. Yeah. My girlfriend, a stress reliever.
That's
So
what we need.
she was Italian. We both needed it. We got away and we just fucking said, bye. We had a bar. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I love you guys. And I'm really going to get up out of here and go relax because I got to hit that floor. Yeah, I know I got to be on the clock or at my desk. I'm always at my desk for working 4 in the morning. Trying to think of creative shit to do.
Thank you so much, Sister
Yes.
Bethy. I'm glad I can join you again.
Thank you too, brother. All right, you guys. I love you guys. I don't know who's live. Every time I do a redirect, everybody always log off, so I don't even bother to do it anymore. But love y'all, and I'm out of here. Hey, y'all, I'm going. I forgot to mention one more thing. Every time I mention the Hells Angels, every time, because, you know, they like it to be known that they're always been supportive people of poor people, especially in our urban hoods. Every time I mention that in any media outlet, you see the news shows them riding on their motorcycles. Watch, mark my word. If you see a bunch of these guys on any of your news channels, because they're always watching, riding on motorcycles like this, I'm telling you, these are Hell's Angels grandkids, and they love to help poor people. I swear to you, I shit you not, especially little Black Indian kids. And that's a fact. They did it here in Connecticut all the time. So I have a lot of respect for them because as a little girl, I used to love their motorcycles. So if you see them in the news, remember, you know what? Sister Bethy did say that. And here they are on the news. Now just mark my word. All right. See y'all later. I'm really going for real now. Bye.